I'm almost there, guys. Hello. Oh, goodness. What was that? Hello, friends. Okay, we're almost there. I'm making sure that I can see us. Oh, da 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 da. We're almost here. Okay. I think we're good. Hi, friends. Good morning. Oh, golly. Uh, the voice could be. Did you hear that? Again, I sound like Peter Brady going through puberty on the Brady Bunch. Um, Today's voice could be a little interesting. Hang on, let me get that little clean. We'll chat about that in a sec. Good morning, friends. Happy Friday. Holy cow. Happy Saturday. When do I ever say happy Friday? Never. I never say happy Friday. Let's see who we have here. We go, oh my goodness. Hi, Mitzi. Mitzi said good morning. Yes, Mitzi, you're still in Cottonwood Heights. I love it. One more week and then you are back home. Gosh, now this is almost like your second home now. Let's see. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Martine from the Netherlands. Oh, Martine, I am so sad. I don't know if anyone watches soccer, well, football, not the American football. We'll talk about the American football in a second. But if anybody watches soccer, this morning, just barely, the U.S. lost to the Netherlands. So, Martine, I'm happy for you, but not happy for us. Hang on. Dirty glasses again. So yes, bummer for the U.S. men's team, but that's good for the men's Netherlands, team from the Netherlands. I don't know how you say that. Everything still looks very foggy, very interesting. So let's see. We have Gerda. Hi, Gerda from Texas, and Mindy, Oklahoma, is enjoying a quiet morning and finally catching a live. Love that you're here live with me or with us today, Mindy. Carmen. Hi, Carmen from Chile. Gosh, I'm having a hard time seeing without the glasses. From Chile, Oregon. I know what the problem is, I think. Hang on. It's because it's so bright outside. It's very overcast, but it's still bright. I think I'm getting, well, it's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. No worries. Nobody panic. That's what my friend Karen always says. Nobody panic. We were talking last night. We'll talk about last night in a minute. But that's if she had a vanity plate, the license plates, hers would say don't panic. And it would say like DNT, PNCK or something because that's her thing. She always says, don't panic, nobody panic. So nobody panic, we're good. Karen, good morning. Let's see. And I'm way behind in the chat, guys. Sheila, we're talking about weather. Hi, Roberta. And Lorraine. Hi, Lorraine from Pennsylvania. Mary J, good morning. So excited for her first live listing. Yay, Mary J. Have we talked about this, the Mary J. Blige thing? I don't know, that rings a bell in my head somewhere. So, but welcome. We're glad to have you here live. Sarah has missed a few Saturdays. She's happy to be back. Happy to have you back. I'm gonna have to go way down on the chat now just to get us caught up. So if I missed you, just welcome. Hi, Cindy from Texas. Your first live, it is Cindy? That is so weird. I don't know. Your name is so familiar. That's just bizarre. It's your first live. Happy to have you. Hi, Cheryl. Cheryl said, hi, Layle. Woke up to a delivery from you this morning. What a special treat before 9 a.m. Love that. Happy mail is always good, right? Even when it's, I don't know, there's just lots of things always coming to my house between my business and then lots of times I never leave my house. So any kind of shopping that gets done is also delivered. So anytime there's happy mail, it could even be, I don't know. Well, we don't do groceries online. Anyhow, whatever. I'm totally squirreling this morning, friends. So that's how you know that you're here with me when I'm squirreling, right? Monica says hi from Georgia. Hi, Peggy. Terry. Hi, Terry. Scrapbook Sista, good afternoon from Chile. No, not Chile. I was going to say Chile, Philly. It's probably Chile there. Hi, Sue's Creative from Holland. Oh, yes. So, yes, Holland. And I think I'm just going to jump. This is the naive American in me. I shouldn't say naive. It's not naive. It's, I don't know, maybe the uneducated American in me saying Holland, Netherlands. I don't know if that's the same team or different teams in the soccer football world, but congratulations because you guys just kicked US. Well, I shouldn't say kicked USA men's soccer's butt, but I think it was 3-1. So anyhow, hi, Anne from Arkansas. Hi, Carolyn. Okay, guys, so much to talk about today. As always, let me back up. Now that people have had a chance to hop on and say welcome. Welcome to our Saturday listing session. On Saturdays when I'm not traveling, we are here on my YouTube channel, always at 9 a.m. Pacific. I am Mountain Time, so I have to do the calculation there real quick. 9 a.m. Pacific, and we do what I like to call creative listing. So typically on the Thursday before, so a few days ago, I would publish our listing topics, and those vary from all different kinds of things. But I publish the listing topics, and then I also include a link to the products that I am using. So if you want to either play along or you see me use the products and then you're like, oh, I like those, I want them, then you know what I've used and you can buy from my website, which is laylebymail.com. So lots of things on the website, lots of products that we use when we list. Fun pencil pouches and traveler's notebooks and mini book project kits and just all the things. And I try to get a really good cross-section of products because a lot of us are cross-sectioners, right? We do lots of different crafts and things that will work in a lot of different crafts, and of course, including our listing, because you know that's where my heart lies. So welcome everyone. If this is your first time, especially welcome to you because we love having new friends. If you are new, please pop in the chat if you're watching live and say hello. I do this because I see the chat. Not here. It's very hard to see here. When I look down, that's what I'm looking at. I see the chat on the right-hand side of my screen. So if you are watching live, you can participate in the chat. And if you're new, just please hop in and say hello. We love to have, I love having everyone, but we're always very, very welcoming of those of you that are new. So pop in and say hello. Those of you that have been with me 1 week, 2 weeks, I don't know how many, we're up to 70 something. No, probably more than that. We're like 2.5 years in. So however many weeks that is. Regardless of how long you've been with me, welcome back. Because I love having you. You know, this is like our little fun creative time that I just can't get away from. So I won't. So if you're watching live, welcome. If you are watching the replay, of course, welcome to you as well. I know not everyone can make it live, and I think I'm going to say probably most of you don't watch live. Most of you watch the replays. So whether you're watching live or whether you're watching replay, welcome. I always love having you here. Let's see. Oh, Sue's Creative said, I tried to make an order, but I don't think you ship to Holland. I hope you can in the future. I love the stamps. Yeah. It has to do with the tax laws that the EU put into place, not 2022, the summer of 2021. Fortunately, it makes it very difficult for small businesses in the US to do business in the EU and the UK because of the tax laws. So if you have to file taxes, which means I would need to file taxes in each individual country in the EU and UK that I do business with. And that is just impossible for me to do. I'm just basically just me. So unfortunately right now I am not shipping anywhere in the EU or UK, and that is why. So I apologize for that. Some of you have found great workarounds for that. Like someone recently, I don't remember. Anyhow, she lives in Germany, Meta. She lives in Germany. Her father was traveling to, I think, Boston in December. So she had the package shipped. I packaged an order, shipped it to her father in Boston, and her father was going to take it back for her. So if you have friends that are traveling in the U.S. or someone that has a U.S. address, we can get around it that way. But otherwise, I'm sorry. Pamela, first time here, loved the SCT holiday class. Pamela, welcome. Pamela's referring to a virtual class that I taught last month at the Crop and Create holiday event. So welcome. And I imagine we probably have a few of you at least here. That was a good sized event. So I'm glad that you are joining us. You guys, I have that nagging cough. So just know whoopsie. It's a dry cough. I was sick during that virtual event. So anyhow, it's just a nagging cough and it'll be here. So I apologize for that. There we go. Sharon too. Sharon said took your class at that Crop and Create holiday event and want to give a traveler's notebook a try. Well, I think that she will love it because I love it. And because I love it, you have to love it too. Carolee, good morning, Carolee. Oh, Carolee got her order this week as well. Oh, look, there's Nick. Nick is, in the Concar household, we are very happy today, and I will tell you why. If you watch college football at all, this is also part of why my voice is very squeaky. Last night, the University of Utah, which is where both Nick and I went to school, and played USC, University of Southern California, for the Pac-12 championships at the Allegiant Stadium, the pro NFL stadium, where I think the Raiders play in Las Vegas. That was sold out, like 80,000 people. Now, clearly we weren't there because I'm home in Utah, but we had friends over that we went to college with, and we watched the game, and oh my goodness. My USC friends, Shirley, if you are watching, I owe you an email. My USC friends, I am so sorry, but not sorry. Utah, it was like 40 something, 42-24 or something. I mean, it was an unbelievable game. We went into the second quarter, I think, down 3-17, and then turned it around, and it was amazing, which means we're going to the Rose Bowl again, which means that University of Utah is going to the Rose Bowl, which also means Nick and Layle are going to the Rose Bowl. So we have to put all those plans together, but so excited about that. We did that last year. Second year in a row, the University of Utah, we call it the U, is Pac-12 champions, and also second year in a row going to the Rose Bowl. So we are so excited. Anyhow, there was a lot of yelling and screaming and jumping up and down in this household last night. So voice is going to be a little bit today, but it's worth it, worth it, worth it. Yeah, Carrie said Utah won. Oh, and pushed UW. Oh, I'm so sorry, Carrie. I know. It was, yeah, I'm sorry, but not sorry. I mean, yeah, I can say that. Yes, so we're very excited about, no, I know, Karen, not the Raiders, just the Raiders Stadium. Let's see. Yes, Mitzi, your daughter just finished her master's, so she is a Ute. She is now an alumni, just like we are. Sarah said I'm a UCLA Bruin fan. Yeah, UCLA, USC, big term rivalry there, so she's happy about that. Crazy game, yes. Terry said have Harvey, we'll travel. Yep, we'll take our RV and go again and tailgate and all those things because that was so much fun. That was our first trip last year. Colleen said, Layle. Colleen, look at that. I have big news, retiring work at the end of the year. Colleen, I'm so happy for you. That is so exciting and so well-deserved. So congratulations on making that decision, and congratulations on kind of getting ready to move into your next phase of life. I'm so happy for you. That's exciting. And thank you for sharing that with us. Congratulations. Yes, yes, yes. Whoo. Okay, friends, let's have a quick cup of coffee. Oh, I always find, well, if I'm ever sipping my coffee when we're getting started, Nick is, I'm so lucky. He is an amazing man. He's an amazing husband. We've been married for almost 28 years. He brings me coffee in bed every morning, but he also makes a little game of it because I like the Ray Dunn mugs. I won't show you, but I like the Ray Dunn mugs. And so they're the ones that have the words on the other side. He always picks which one that he is bringing to me. This is the one he brought me today. Hot mess. Now, I think you see that backwards. Yeah, that says hot mess. So that's kind of funny. Oh, look at Marilee. Yep. Marilee's husband was bummed because it means Ohio State is back in Michigan, but secretly happy for you. Yeah, now there's a whole, who knows what's happening. There's a whole bunch of different things that could play out. So I don't think we'll play Ohio State again. I don't know. I think they were saying Auburn, or I don't know. We'll see how it plays out today, because it's one of those, all the different shells have to align or stars align or whatever. All right, you guys. So I think we are ready to get going. Yeah, are we ready? Let's talk about winners. So every time that we're together, I do giveaways because I was going to drink. Let me drink. Oh, that's like totally cold. That's okay. Cold coffee is still coffee, which that's good. Winners. So every time we're together, I always do giveaways, and I have you participate in the giveaway by leaving a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat, but a comment on the video when it is over. And then I randomly, the morning of, so this morning, I went back to our video from last week and I randomly pick comments. I just literally, when I say random, I don't like put all the names into a spreadsheet and do the random number generator, because that's just, no. What I do, it's just as random. I bring up all the comments and I go, and wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins. So we had 2 winners from last week. First winner was, I already saw that she is here, so that's very exciting. This giant bundle this giant bundle of the Merry and Bright collection. We used this last week, and I'll show you how that list turned out before when we get started. So Carolyn Phillips, Carolyn, you won that. Congratulations. That's a nice, fun bundle, and that is available on my website. So that was the first winner. Now, this is how you know it's totally random. Because after my finger then scrolled down and stopped again, I'm like, wait a minute, that name sounds really familiar. And so I looked last week. The second person that won this week also won last week. And that is, and I remember the conversation, I'm like, Shauna, is it Shanna or Shauna? Shanna or Shauna? Shauna Smith. So now, excuse me, I have not had a chance to ship her prize yet from last week. So I emailed her this morning and said, guess what? You won again. I'll ship both of them together this week. Anyhow, she won that bundle of alpha stickers from the Felicity Jane alphabet, or alphabets that I showed last week. So there we go. Those are our winners from today. Okay, friends, I think we're ready to go ahead and flip the camera and start listing. What do you say? I'm going to flip first, and then I will turn on the whoopsie, not whoopsie. We went for a little ride there. Oh, good, Carolyn, that's perfect. Carolyn said I was thinking of snagging that, and that's a case where waiting pays off. Well, it paid off for Carolyn, right? In a lot of cases, it doesn't pay off to wait because sometimes if you wait, it's gone. Alrighty, here's one light. There's one light. And is Shauna here? Shauna. I'm going to say it's Shanna. She probably told us last week, but I don't remember. I do not remember. Okay, friends, there we go. Colleen, thank you. The reminder to plug in the phone, and there we go. So we do not lose the power. All right, friends, there's a lot of stuff going on the table, as always, on my little desktop here. So when we start, generally, we'll take a look at our lists that we did the prior week. So that's what we're going to start with. So last week, we did 3 lists. Our first list last week was in the news. So once a month, I like to do an in the news style list, and we use my in the news kind of list builder in the news stamp set. So that's what we used for this list. I used the typewriter that is part of that stamp set and stamped that in a really light Distress Oxide ink. I think that was Tattered Rose maybe. And it matched actually that die cut really well from Harvest Market. So we had a lot of fun with that one. One thing I'll say about this list, I don't do this very often, but here my photo of the different photos of things that were happening in the month, I turned it black and white just so it was a lot more neutral. So I could, play around with some different colors over here. So there we go. That was our first list in the news. Second list was, and this is so funny, if those of you that were with me on Wednesday, I did a What's New Wednesday, which I've started doing here on my YouTube channel on Wednesday nights, just to show you up close some of the new products available on my website. So I was showing a list I was showing a list here, and I was trying to show an example of these alphabets that were part of the alphabet bundle 2. And I could not find anywhere. I had 2 X's underneath these pages, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? I know I used these letters. And then some of the people on the live were like, Layle, you put X's there because you were going to put a list there. And the list you probably have over on the side. And there it was. Tracy, I do them on Wednesdays at 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time. Now, they won't necessarily be every single Wednesday because if I don't have enough new to share, I won't do that. So like we skipped the night before Thanksgiving here in the US on that Wednesday just because there was too much going on. So it's Wednesday-ish. And I always, I post on social media. I typically don't send an email out because I try not to inundate you guys with a lot of emails. But what I would recommend if you don't want to miss any of those is just subscribe here on my YouTube channel. So hit subscribe, and then click on the little bell icon, that notification icon. And then anytime that I have something scheduled or I'm going live, then you'll get notified. So that's an easy way. All right, so this list was things I'm thankful for. And what I ended up doing here, we only got a little bit of the way. We got about halfway through this list last week. The reason we didn't get all the way through the list was because I decided to have Nick, my husband, and then Jack, our oldest son, and Kat, his girlfriend, were in town. So we were talking about things that we were thankful for. And then I said to them, hey, you guys, would you be willing to share with me, what you're thankful for? And then could I put that into my traveler's notebook? And they said, absolutely. And then I thought, wait a minute, if I really want to get their voice in here, instead of me writing their list, why don't I ask them to write their list? So what we did last week was I prepped all those little rectangles, and I inked the edges, and you can't even really tell that I inked the edges because I used the same color ink. It's kind of that background, but it helped to kind of blend everything in. I used Harvest Market again here, but yeah, it turned out really fun. So the way that I was able to take the writing of 1, 2, 3, 4 different people, very different writing styles, and make all of that work together on one list was to make all of their little pieces, the style and design exactly the same. So that's what kind of helps to make all of this work together. And then obviously putting, using those same alphabet stickers or chipboard up top and down below there. So it's fun, I think, to get in the voice, and I say the voice, but this is the voice of other people in your life, whether it's family or friends or coworkers, or, you could really even do it from your fur baby's perspective, like if you have a beloved pet. Now, I don't expect that they could write the list, but you would be fun to do a list from their perspective. Like maybe you have a list from your dog's perspective, what I'm looking forward to the holidays, right? Or maybe your cat saying, I look forward to getting in the Christmas tree and tearing out all the lights. And I look forward to getting to open my stocking on Christmas Day. And I look forward to the catnip treat. So that might be kind of a fun idea of getting someone else's voice, or something else's, I guess I could say, in the case of a pet, something else's voice into your listing, into your memory keeping. And as we talk about these things, you guys, all of these lists that we do, to me, it really serves two purposes. Number one, it's very much a creative outlet for me. My business is designing and selling product, right? And teaching. So it's hard when you do what you love for a living, right? Because it's still a job. So this, when we're together, it's very much a creative outlet for me because it lets me play with all the things and there's no pressure. Sometimes I make mistakes. Sometimes I like what I do. Sometimes I don't like what I do, but there's no pressure because I'm not trying to make it available for people to really want to buy because it's not a project kit, right? So all the pressure's off for me because I just get to play. That is one of the purposes. But the other purpose, what we do here on Saturdays is to give, we're basically creating a time capsule, right? All of these lists that we're doing, absolutely a time capsule. I'm memory keeping, I'm scrapbooking, I'm documenting, whatever you want to call it in your world. But writing all these things down, until I started listing, I really had never done a lot of memory keeping about myself. And the things that we list about, right? Like, I hate it when. I made a list of things that I hate it when they happen. That kind of documenting or memory keeping, like I said, total time capsule, because it is capturing a moment in time that really represents who you are, right? And in a lot of cases, if you've never done something like this before, you don't have this specific information documented about yourself. So that's the soapbox that I like to get on when I talk about what we do here on Saturdays in our creative listing. All right, guys. So that was the second list. The third list that we did, this was using that Merry and Bright product bundle. And if you saw me on Wednesday on the What's New Wednesday, we totally went through everything in that bundle. There are a number of bundles that I had on the website for Black Friday that I have kept out there. They will stay out there until the end of the year. So after that, I will remove them. They will be gone. And then you may see them later next year, but maybe not. Anyhow, what we did here, this list really evolved. This list was holiday bucket list. And I had a totally different idea in mind on what I was going to do. And then I think it was Renee. I think Renee said, "Hey, what if you did a list where you do like a little lift up piece?" And I said, "Oh, I call them like a dog door, because a dog door, right? Look at, that's a dog door, right? A dog door hinges at the top and opens from the bottom. So kind of a dog door." And I said, "Absolutely, let's do it." So we kind of switched things around. And this is what we came up with. So over here, we created a little door that flips up. So I can, this was holiday bucket list. Over here, I wrote my list. But now, once the holidays are over, I can come back and do some more documenting here. Maybe I have a couple photos that I want to put up here, do a little documenting here, or vice versa. So I have lots of room by creating that little lift up door for more photos or journaling or whatever it is in this project. If you want to know how to do that, we usually do that, I don't know, maybe once every 3 or 4 months, that little technique. It's called a tip-in, where we use the washi to do that, but you could go back to last week's video, which would have been on the last week of November 2022, and see that. So over here, I used one of my library card. I used a library card stamp and stamped out a library card, and then just used some die cuts from that collection. That little Santa's so cute, kind of just poking above that list. You guys, that's a super easy list to do. Take any die cut that you have, pop it up there at the top, put a piece of paper here and make your list. Put it on a background, and super simple, but looks like it took a lot more time, right? What I ended up doing, if you were with me last week, what I did between last week and this week, this was just a plain old piece of white cardstock, right? And it was looking very stark. And we played around with a couple of, we played around with some gold spray on a piece of paper off to the side, and I just didn't like the way that it worked. So I said, you know what? Next week, this past week, I will work on it. I'll come up with something and I'll show you guys what I did. So this is what I did. Now, this is kind of funny because this was not my intent. Well, it was my intent, but it also wasn't. So I had used the little bullet stamps over here, my little star stamp from the bullet stamp set. And I thought, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll just come over here and use that same stamp and put little stars on there, right? So I pulled out my little stamping stylus, and there was still a stamp on there. Silly me. Remember how I always say to test first? I didn't. I assumed it was the star. Guess what? Wasn't the star. It was that little flower shape. So I did one and I went, oh crap. I just stamped a flower on, well, flower, whatever that is. I just stamped that on there, and there's no way to get rid of it. So I just decided to run with it, and then just kind of made my own background with that little bullet stamp. So that's how it ended. Nancy, let's see. Nancy said, I just received my Happy Mail this week and love the bundle I got from 49 in Market. So much beautiful products for such a great price. Also, blue is my favorite color. Yes, you did the Serenity one, didn't you, Nancy? So I actually started yesterday to put another bundle together with that product, because I have different product. Well, most of the same product, but anyhow, another bundle's coming with that. Let's see, Noelle. How is everybody doing today? I'm trying to survive the heat. Noelle from Argentina. Nice to see you again, Noelle. We had a geography lesson last week, didn't we? So Noelle says she's trying to survive the heat. And meanwhile, here in Utah, we're trying to survive the cold. We have, I don't know, probably 6 inches of snow. And it is chilly, chilly, chilly. Right, Sarah, I love it. It's a poinsettia stamp. Yep, it's a poinsettia. So look there's a poinsettia. All right, friends. Hi, Joe Disney fan. So those were the 3 lists that we did last week, and now we're going to start with our first list for this week. Our first list is called About Last Month, and this is a style of memory keeping that I have been doing on a monthly basis for, I don't know, probably two years now? More than 2 years? I don't know. 2 years, something like that. And what that is at the start of a brand new month, and we are the first Saturday of a brand new month, so the start of a brand new month, I sit down and I do a list that I call About Last Month. So this is the one for October. And for all of 2022, my About Last Month list looks exactly like this, kind of. Okay, exactly like it, kind of. For 2022, I am doing my photos that way. So that's a 5x7 photo with small individual photos in each of those little places. I'm using my About Last Month stamp set to make that little grid. And then I just do my little run-on list. So using that same format every month is super easy in my brain because I don't have to think. I don't have to be creative. All I have to do is go, what photos am I going to use to represent what happened in my life last month? And then I pick a collection and add, whatever I have. So that is what we're going to start out with for the month of November. So I have already pre-printed my photo, which is made up of individual photos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 individual photos. So that is a 5x7 photo. And I have used the Epson Creative Print photo app that is available on Android and Apple. And the Apple, not the iTunes store. Wow, that's like old school. In the Apple store, App Store, the App Store, whatever. Anyhow, so that app is very cool because if you're using the Epson if you're using the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer, which is what I use, you can use that app. And when you open up the app, there are pre-configured templates. So that's a template. And the template really has space for 1, 2, 3 more photos. I just don't put photos there because I like to be able to come in and put, a little bit of decoration there. So that is what I use. I have linked to that printer in the description box of this video. And I owe you guys a video on all the little tips and tricks that I have for using that app to do some really cool things. And that will come in the month of December, this month. So just know it's coming. Hi, Shannon. Nice to see you. So the first thing that I do once I have the photo, I need to trim it down a little bit. And you might say, Layle, why do you have to trim it down? If this is 5 inches wide and the Traveler's Notebook inserts that you use are standard wide, that's what I use, standard wide, which is 8.25 by 5. If this is 5 and this is 5, why would I need to trim it down? The reason I talk about this every time is because I get questions about this every time. You lose a few millimeters with your staples in the center. So we have to narrow that down a bit. Pamela R, suggestions for must-have stamps tools for listing. I feel another order happening soon. Pamela, great question. Most of the stamps that you see on my website are stamps that we use in our lists. In the news, we'll use 2 today, currently, and favorites. The About Last Month stamp set, I am down to, I think, my last 3 or 4, and I will not be reordering those for 2022 because there's a brand new one coming for 2023. So I would say, Pamela, I would wait on that one unless you totally love that, the format of the stamp, of this year's stamp, and you guys will see that in a minute because I'll pull it out because we need to use it. But like I said, most of the stamps that you'll see, my Layle by Mail stamps, are made. I designed them very specifically for the listing that we do. There's a top 10 stamp. Oh my gosh, there's always new ones coming. So another stamp set or another release is coming out. Well, I was hoping to put it up on the website this last week, and FedEx is my nemesis right now. I have received 2 of the 5 production samples of my 5 new stamp sets. The other 3 were shipped week before last. They have been sitting in Laramie, Wyoming now for probably 8 days, which I cannot share brand new stamp designs until I actually have the production samples and I can test them out in case anything needs to change. So the stamp company, this company that manufactures my stamps, is amazing to work with. They created samples for me again this last week. They are shipping them second day air, so I'm hoping they come today. So as soon as they are here, the production samples, and I've tested them and everything looks good. Then I place my order. So the order for the first two sets are in already. As soon as I receive the other ones and know for sure nothing needs to change, I place my order and then you'll see them up on my website. So this time of year, you guys just know, I always know that we're entering the holiday season because I usually get 1 or 2 emails a week from you guys saying, my package says it's delivered. It's not delivered for whatever reason. Every so often, UPS says they deliver a package prematurely. Sorry, USPS, and it has not been delivered yet. Usually it's another day or 2 and it's good. That happens. Things just get stuck somewhere and we have no idea why. That's like the eighth wonder of the world, right? Why do things get stuck in Laramie, Wyoming for no reason? Yeah. So unfortunately, this time of year, it happens with most of the carriers and we just have to deal with it. Mary J says, I think you should give us a sneak peek of the new stamp set. You know what? I will. Should we do that right now? Should we do it right now? Because I can, because you know what? I have the things right here because I had to do packaging samples for the packaging. So I will show you right now. Okay. Here's the first one. The first one is, I'm in a good giving mood today to show. And as soon as I have them, I will share. I mean, I always do giveaways. So this is the first set. It is called Focus. And this one I'm releasing very specifically right now because as we get towards the end of a year and the start of a new year, I don't like to create New Year's resolutions. And that's just me. I always say you do you, but that's me. I don't like to create New Year's resolutions because something about setting those almost makes it so you're going to fail, at least for me. So I like to set things that I focus on for the year. Just focus. It's just things I'm going to focus on. So that is this stamp set. You'll see focus. You have numbers 0 through 9. And before you say, Layle, there's not a 9, there's only a 6. 6, 9. 6 turned upside down. So large numbers, which I love about that because you can use those for lots of other things besides a focus list. And then look at this. On with, balance, find, travel, work, your, good things, get it done, friends, the details, you got this, self, note to self, documented, family. And so the adventure begins, make it happen, and fun. So, and you guys will actually do this list. This will be one of the first lists that we do at the start of the new year. So I will recreate this again because we've got to do it together. But this is my list of things I'm going to focus on for the coming year, 2023. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, focus, and then I have each of those things. So that stamp set, very excited about. What we will do a little bit differently with this list, because this will be the 3rd year running that we've done a particular list like this, things that we want to focus on. As I was doing this and I was looking at my focus list from last year, I went, oh, look there's a lot of things that I didn't really focus on very well. So what I'm going to do to help us focus on our things throughout the year is probably once every 3 months, once a quarter, we will do an updated list on focus. So it'll be how is my focus going on this one, or how is my focus going on number 2? So focus number 2, and actually it'll probably happen more like every other month because we have 5. Well, I have 5. So focus number 2 for me is doing more reading. So I'll do a full list about focus 2 reading and how that is coming along. Okay, so that's what I'm going to try to do to help keep me focused throughout the year on things. And that's where that stamp set will continue to use throughout the year. Okay, that is the first one. Second one, now you guys are getting a little peek into the 2023 year in review project kit. Oh, and you know what? I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to show you something that I'm so excited about. Hang on. Sorry, we're totally squirreling, friends. You know, you asked me to show you something new, and if I can, I will. So, the 2023 year in review project kit. The main part of that is another new stamp set. This is the About Last Month stamp set for 2023. So that's a 6x8 set. That means, you guys, those are good size stamps, just what we need for traveler's notebooks. You have the months, 12 months of the year. You have 2023, and now you have two different verbiage to use. Month in review and about last month. I always do about last month, but some of you don't like to call it about last month, so now you have another option, month in review. Look at this guy. Did you guys see this come in? Look at that. My friend Jessica at, oh my goodness, totally just lost it. Oh my goodness. Oh, how can I forget that? You guys help me. Help me, help me, help me. My friend Jessica in Colorado that does the acrylic pieces. Colorcast, thank you. Colorcast Designs. Holy cow. Yes, but look I had her create for us a custom that is an acrylic piece, black, and that will be going on the front of your traveler's notebook insert for the year. Isn't that awesome? Okay, so I will show you one of the months because I figured if I'm going to do it for the packaging, I might as well do it for one of the months. Oh, and now you're getting a total look at now how I'm going to do my photos for about last month for 2023. So there we go. You have, isn't that fun how those all work together? So each of those months either has a line below it or above it if you happen to have a descender, right? So September has a descender, so it has a line above it. March, stamp your year there, and then below the line, because you guys know me and my lines, I line and outline everything. And then you can put about last month, or you could put year in review. So over here, look what I've done. I've created a little pocket. We're actually going to make a pocket today, but I've created a pocket, and look what I did. They're like little film strips. And guess what? So easy to do a film strip. You know how you do a film strip? You print a photo just like this guy, and then you just cut them up into strips. So when I do the video later this month for all the tips and tricks with the app, the Epson Creative Print app, then I'll show you how I do that. But that's just how I'm going to do my photos for 2023 year in review. You guys know you do whatever you want, but you also don't have to have that printer. You can use other apps to do that. So there you go, you guys. Fun sneak peek. Beach Gal, you just missed lots of excitement. I just shared 2 new stamp sets and a really great sneak peek. Oh, there we go. A really great sneak peek into that 2023 year in review project kit. 2 more products coming. The camera, Gerda, the camera is part of, that's included in the kit. That is part of the print shop die cuts. So a package of the print shop die cuts are included in that kit. If you're not getting the kit, then you can find the print shop, Vicky's print shop collection, the die cuts on my website. Okay, totally. Wow, that was like a really big squirrel, wasn't it, guys? Really big squirrel. Hi, Beach. Oh, Beach Gal, I love that. She's just sitting down with her son Joshua on the couch. Hi, Joshua. So fun when you are here. I love that. Irene, not Irene. Beach Gal. Beach Gal, you have to remind me of your name because I never remember. I just love how you shared that with me. That's very special. Very special. Talia, that acrylic piece, I'm going to say is probably 1/8 inch thick. Because 1/8 is pretty standard when it comes to acrylic. And so, like, for example, my rulers, my 0 centering rulers, same thing. So I want to say 1/8 inch thick. Gosh, that's hard to get out. That is hard to get out. Yes. Okay, guys, here we go. Yeah, Sharon, very good point. Let's talk about that for really quick 1 sec. Sharon said, very cool page. I'm confused for 2023, but it hasn't happened yet. You are right. The reason why that I had to do that, Sharon, is because for the packaging for those stamp sets, I have to have, well, I don't have to, but I like to have some kind of example on the back of the packaging. So I had to fake it. Now, what I did to fake it, this is really what happened in March of 2022. So I already had the list done and I already had the photos. So that's why That's why it's there. Great question. Some of you were probably also wondering that. Just didn't say it. So yeah, that's why. Okay, so let's go back now to our about last month for 2022. This is for November. So I've added my photo. Now, this is where things always get a little weird for me. The reason this is weird is that a lot of things in my life that happen in November are Christmas related because that is when I do a huge chunk of my teaching for the year. Over, let's see, an 8-week period, I was gone traveling and teaching 5 out of the 8 weeks. So lots and lots and lots of teaching in the month of November. I think 3 weekends in a row and then a 4th virtual weekend. So really 4 weekends in a row. 3 weekends in a row. Anyhow, doesn't matter. But all of those Christmas related events. So you have Christmas, you have Christmas, you have Christmas. So for November, that's just what it is. Now, I won't use Christmas products for November. I'm going to, for one last time, use Harvest Market because November is still fall. So that's what I'll be using. And I just kind of have to deal with all the colors being red and green because it is what it is. Now, if you have Christmas things, Christmas colors in your November photos, do what you want. If you want to do Christmas, you can, but I'm not going to. So I am prepared on my other 2 lists. Hi, Sharon. Nice to see you. But not so much on this list. What I mean is I have the items on my list ready to go, but I have not really gone through any of the die cuts yet to see what I wanted to use. So I need to take a minute to do that. I've had this product on my tray now for months. I want to say a couple months, this tray, right? Because I've been using this collection for a couple of months. So let's just see what we have to work with here. There we go. There's lots of them. So pull out some of those die cuts, maybe. I sure love the flowers. I sure love the flowers. So you guys, as we are talking, kind of funny next to the snow, right? As we are talking and as I am working, in the description box of the video, so down below in the description box, there is a link, and it's a link to the products that I am using today. So all the products that I am using here, most of the products I'm using here, you will see. Oh, I can't cover Nick's face there, so this might have to be low. And now that's a lot of orange together, so that may not work. I have linked to in the description box of the video. It says, products I'm using. It takes you to a page on my website of the different products that I am using. So as I mentioned, this is Harvest Market, and it is available on my website. So let's see what we can do here to kind of blend some things in. We still need that tree, I think, but there we go. That's helping a little bit, right? I'm starting to kind of fill in that space. I had 2 orange pieces together and putting those flowers on top right there. That helps to kind of break up the 2 orange together. Let's see. Sheila said, when will the 2023 kit be available? I have 2 more custom products that are coming, Sheila. Both are from Pretty Little Studio. So they're exclusive products that I worked with Melissa to design. Melissa owns Pretty Little Studio. She shipped samples to me this week. So I'm hoping early next week. I already have, as soon as I have those samples here, I can put the project kit up. So it will, and actually, yeah, I need to have those here. So early next week, hoping, crossing fingers, assuming that the shipping companies cooperate. That will probably start shipping that kit 3rd to 4th week in December. I have everything but the custom products from Pretty Little Studio. She is a one-woman shop like me. And so there's a lot that she's creating for me of 2 different products. So I probably won't have all those products from her until the 3rd or 4th week of December, but which is totally fine because we'll do class in January, which will be perfect because we won't be ready to really start using that project kit until February when we start documenting January. So long answer to your short question. Look for it to go up next month for pre-order. How about that? Also, I had a couple questions about when the project kit for the Winter Traveler's Notebook will go up. And that will go up hoping next week as well. I'm just waiting to hear back from Simple Stories. There are 2 collections that I have picked to use there. I'm waiting to hear back from Simple Stories on when they will be shipping their Valentine collection. And if it is not by next week, then I can't use it and I need to come up with a plan B. So I already have my order in for the first one. Terry, the acrylic words are from Colorcast Designs, and that is one of the products that's included in that 2023 year in review kit. She did that custom for me. Okay, guys, so I want to talk about something I'm going to do right now. I have started to layer my die cuts right here. Whoops, I don't want to do that. I've started to layer my die cuts. Then, as we were talking, I opened up the sticker book. So I'll end up using a few stickers and die cuts. What I want to do, I like the placement of the die cuts. This is where I want them to be. And usually what happens, you start pulling off those pieces because you need to put your adhesive on the back, right, to stick them down permanently. But you pull them off and then you completely lose exactly where you wanted them. So this little product right here is pretty amazing. It's highlighter tape. And this is linked in the description box, it's linked in the description box of the video under the products I'm using. So click that link, it'll take you to my website. But what it is see-through. The see-through doesn't really matter, but it's highlighter tape. It is meant for like highlighting in books or textbooks or whatever. But what's awesome about it is it sticks temporary and it's also reusable. So look I have a piece right here, I have a piece right here, a piece right there, a piece right there, because those are pieces I've used in the past. So I can continue using them. What I'm going to do is just take, one of those pieces I used in the past, right? That's why I rolled that back on. And I can use that to place on top of those die cuts and then take this little piece. Oh, it wants to separate. Place right here to hook those 2 together. Now I can lift that up as one whole piece. That is exactly where I want those to be. I turn that over and apply, there we go. Apply my adhesive. So you guys, it's December daily time, which is a project that I have been doing for the last, 15 years. This is the 15th year I'm doing this project. The last 8 years I've had a project kit for it. But December, every day in December, I am documenting in my December daily book, that was the kit, memories of what's happening in December. So I have an entirely different, separate space now set up downstairs, which is where I have my business, for all of the December daily crafting. So it's too hard to try to do everything together in the same room for me. There's just too many different things going on. So a bunch of my supplies are downstairs. So hopefully we don't run into the case today where I'm like, oh shoot, that's what I thought happened. I thought I had my adhesive down there, but in 2 spots. All right, so here we go. There, exactly how I want it. I've come in and put my, adhesive on the back. And now that that's stuck down, look what happens. I just pull that highlighter tape back up and it comes right off. It doesn't pick up any of the color. It's not tearing, right? It's not tearing any of those pieces. So that's a pretty nifty little product. In the past, before I discovered that product, my friend Amy turned me onto that. But before I discovered that product, I was using washi. So washi can work. It depends on the pieces that you're trying to adhere and how they are manufactured. Sometimes, why is that piece so long? Where did it come from? Did I tear it off? I don't know. Maybe there were 2 on there together. Anyhow, sometimes depending on the printing process, if you use washi to do that, it will actually lift up part of the design. Your paper will tear a little bit. So, but now those are there. They're where I need them to be. Although, look at what's funny. The reason I did that now and not before, I was going to use that sticker to go right there. But then I just looked over here. Look that is die cut and it's actually bigger. So that works well. So that guy, I'll just now adhere separately. If you were wondering why I did that separately, I thought I was going to put a sticker there, but no sticker now. Okay, so now I have a couple of issues I need to deal with. Right here, I have some trapped white space. Okay, trapped white space. Even though it's white, trapped white space is a design term that if that was even black right there or red right there, it'd still be kind of trapped white space. I have this little blank space now that looks really funny because it is surrounded on all sides by something else. So I need to deal with that. I also have that kind of going above the tree. I'm not worried about right here because we'll do something there. But those two places are like, I mean, they totally like stick out. Like, whoa, something's off there because we need to put something there, right? So let's see what we can put. I need little pieces. So that's one of the little die cuts. Could that go there? Maybe. That fits, right? I need something to go up here. So let's look at, oh, you know what? I know what I want to do. This little acorn is so cute. So why don't we put an acorn right there? Oh, although, okay. I totally talked to myself, guys. So that's what's happening here. If you guys weren't here with me, I would be working and I would be totally talking to myself because that's just what I do. Most of the time, well, Nick, we're empty nesters. Nick's my husband, but when Nick goes to his office or when he's traveling, then I'm home by myself. So we don't have pets anymore. We lost our kitties. Well, I shouldn't say lost our kitties. Although we did. One of them we did lose. Anyhow, we don't have pets anymore. Just that's all I'll say. We do not have pets anymore. So when I'm home alone, I am absolutely home alone. Yes, Noelle, I'll look for like a word sticker or something to go right there. But I talk to myself all the time. So that's just how I was saying that. So I put a little piece of washi there because I want to have something that goes along here. That is my, I think it's called Classic Ruler washi. One of my exclusive washis just because it looks like a classic ruler. So then we'll just put that little guy can go right there. How about that? That cute little acorn. All right, so something up here. So Noelle said, hey, what about a word strip? Okay, Shirley Tallarico said, I use the highlighter tape to mark which row I am on while doing color work knitting. I think there's a lot of potential uses for that, right? I think people in like school for textbooks use that a lot. Maybe you could absolutely use that in like Bible journaling too. So I think it can be used permanently for different things as well. Colleen, thank you. Colleen said, give the video a thumbs up. Yes, please, you guys. If you would give the video a thumbs up, I would sure appreciate that. That's super important. When you are watching anyone's video on YouTube, give video a thumbs up because that's how, that's one of the easiest ways that you can support someone in their content, right? That's one of the easiest ways because it costs nothing. And if you're watching, you might as well give it a thumbs up, right? Hopefully you like it if you're watching. If you're still watching and you don't like it, I'm not sure why. I mean, I shouldn't say I'm not sure why. What I meant to say was, I'm not sure why you're still here. Life is too short to watch things that you don't want to watch if you have the choice, right? All right, so I just added a little bit more there. So up here, I need to put something. And Noelle had suggested possibly a word strip, right? I could possibly do a word strip. If I did a word strip, I think I would maybe cut it in half and have it be 2 rows because we have a little bit more space there. Let's see what else we have available in the sticker book. Oh, those were fun. I used those alpha stickers. On each of those lists so we know who was talking. All right. So potentially one of those labels could work. Let's see what that would look like. Let's see what that would look like because it seems like it's wide enough to fill the space, kind of. So if that went there, if I put that there, I would have it bleed off the page because I don't think I would like the way that it looked like that. Unless, so let's just hold that thought. Let's look and see what else might be available in here. Oh, those acorns. I tell you what, those acorns make me so stinking happy. I'll probably end up using one of those big acorns over here just because I love them. We used an acorn die cut last week. More little labels potentially. Oh yeah, this is what I was looking for. I was looking for the word strips, but I don't think that I want to use a, I don't know, colored word strip, maybe? I don't know. Let's look. So let's just put that right there for safekeeping. And I'm going to grab, oh, I saw one that said fall is in the air. Where did it go? Oh, fall is in the air. So let's look. Does that work? Fall is in the air. Oh, so it could go right there. And then maybe I put, I don't know. We're playing. We are playing. What if, all right, so let's play a little bit. What if we layered like that? Because I felt like it was, I mean, it was good at filling the space, but it still looked like there was a little bit too much white space. So what if we did a little bit of layering those two stickers together? And then we did that. Aha, I think that works. So I'm going to put that there like that. And then I am going to chop off, oopsie, I need to probably come back and put that in. Chop off the edge of that sticker, which will be good. Okay, like so, there we go. So now we just need that little thing. I was going to put a die cut there, but as we were going through, oops, not that, that's the paper pad. As we were going through, we saw some other leaf stickers. So maybe I'll put a little leaf sticker right there. How about, oh, I don't know, maybe a maple leaf? There's a lot of orange. If I put that maple leaf there, yeah, no, I don't like that. Do not like that. So maybe this guy was better because it's just kind of a, yeah, all right. So I'm going to cut off the end of that so it will look like it's kind of coming out of the side of that tree-ish, like that. Yeah, even though that's a pretty big leaf to come out of that tree, but that's okay. Not to scale. Not to scale. We're not worried about that. Cindy. Oh, I'm sorry, Cindy. I mean, Cindy, I'm glad you're with us, but I'm sorry to hear your mom is not doing well. I'm sorry to hear that. All righty. There we go, friends. So I'm decorated, right? I am decorated. Now, let's talk about one of the reasons why I chose to use the Harvest Market collection for this list. As you look at the colors in these photos, I tried to pull out some of the teals. Those, by the way, that's one of the places in my craft room where I have my traveler's notebook. So if there was ever any question as to whether I loved traveler's notebooks, yeah, look at all those. I think there's almost 30 up there, I want to say, when I counted. But so I was trying to pull out some of the teal. We talked about lots of Christmas colors, but I pulled out the teal there, even a little bit of the green there. Nick and I went to the jazz game. See those little running lights? The teal kind of pulls in, the yellow kind of pulls in. So I was able to take a whole bunch of different colors, although the reds, I never really pulled in the reds, although I guess there's kind of a little bit right there. But that's why I picked this particular fall collection to go for November with the photos that I had. And I always like to explain things like that because I think sometimes they're helpful. Sometimes things like that, hearing somebody's thought process is helpful. So I hope that was helpful. All right, so now we're ready for this side. We talk about this side. Let's go back and look at what this side ends up looking like. Excuse me. We'll pull out the stamp set and we'll basically create that because that's always the way that it looks. Well, when I say always, you always have that grid up there that's part of the stamp set and then my list. So let's get going. Let's get that stamp set out. But before I do that, I really feel like I need to remember to go back. I want to really, really, really want to grab one of those. Oh, those are fun too, aren't they? Well, I won't end up using any of those because I know instead of putting like a word over here, I have to use one of these. I just love these, right? Leaves, leaves, leaves. I guess it could say, oh, all right. I know which one I'm going to use. I am going to use that one. The reason I'm picking that one is because orange, right? The orange is going to tie over. It's going to help join these two pages together. But look, that pink could kind of help bring in, even though it's not, I mean, it helps bring in some of the pink there, right? Nick has a red shirt there, but it looks like it's kind of pink. There's a little bit of pink there, but it's helping to kind of bring in a little bit more of that reddish pink in from the photos into the list. So that's what we're going to do. That is going to go right there. All right, now we're ready to do our stamping. Let's see. My room started to get a little bit clean and then went way messy again. So we need to find some things like, where are the, oh, here we go, stamps. So my stamps, oh, where, oh, Layle, where is that stamp set? My About Last Month stamp set, friends. Okay, hold the phone. Oh, here it is, on another tray. But yeah, this is the tray that we talked, it was part of last week when I was showing that. But these are the things that we need. Still on the floor from last week. All right, there we go. I need both of those things. This is the About Last Month stamp set that I've been using all year long. This one, I think I said handful left. I think less than 6 left. And this one I will not be producing again. This one will go into the vault, right? It will be gone because this is what we used for 2022. I may every once in a while pull it out just because I might want to use the months, right? Or I might want to use the numbers. But after December, so in January, I'll use this stamp set one more time and then we're done. I mentioned that last week and you guys did a little bit of shopping with that stamp set knowing that it's going to be gone. So excuse me, golly, you guys, I'm so sorry. I feel fine. I feel totally fine. So I need the grid. I need 2022. I need November. And I need About Last Month. Oh, yes. And then I also need the 11 because it is the 11th month. All right, there we go. So those are the stamps that I need from that set. I will put that back in here for a, oh, come on, get in there. Back in there for safekeeping. Oopsie, I grabbed the 11 again. Back in there for safekeeping. I need my stamping block. There are 3 of the 4, and of course the one that I need is not present at the moment. So, oh, here it is. Also on the floor. But in the package, no judging. We're okay that things are on the floor. They kind of have to be on the floor when I do these because there's not enough room up here. So things go to the floor and then sometimes they don't make their way off the floor for a little bit. All right, so when you're using this stamp set, you need to have a stamping block that is at least 4 inches wide because that is the width of the grid, okay? So I am using this guy. It is part of a 4-piece set that I have on my website. Those guys nest together in their little package. So I just threw the package on the floor. But they nest together in their little package and everything stays together as long as you put them away together. All right. So when I start to set up the stamps on my stamping block, there are a couple things I need to keep in mind. Number 1 is, where am I stamping in this spread? Because this is a traveler's notebook, I cannot take this page out and stamp on it and then put it back in, right? It's connected, so I can't take it out. So I need to be very cognizant of how I am setting up my stamps on the stamp block because I have this to deal with. I want my stamp to be here, but I have this to deal with. So when I am setting up my stamps on the block, I need to set them up here so that when I stamp, the extra length, or width in this case, I guess, of my stamping block hangs off the edge. I don't want it to, sorry. I don't want it to do this because then I'm going to have a heck of a time stamping because of what's happening over here. So first thing, as I'm setting up, I need to set everything up on this side, which means when I turn it over, I need to set it all up here, okay? As I set this up, I'm using the little grid marks on the stamp set to line up that little grid. Okay. Let me try to get that semi-straight. And then before I go any further, I always double check. Am I good? Oh, yes. Nope. See, look I did it. I did it wrong, right? I need to be over here. So let's do that. No, my heavens, Layle, dingbat. I need to be right here. Wow. My brain, you guys, I am spatially challenged. That's what I call myself. I'm spatially challenged. I have the hardest time thinking of things like that, like upside down and backwards. Still not, still not okay. So I need to be right justified. So let's just plop that there, and there we go. I just didn't have it far enough over, right? But I swear it looked like I started this way, didn't I? Oh yeah, I'm good. Okay, don't mind me. Don't mind me, just I'm thinking out loud. Sorry, you can probably see my head. I have to get close to this because I need to try to get this to line up. All right. One thing I learned about this stamp set that we changed for the 2023 set, well, really any kind of stamps that have something like this going on, was to increase the polymer, right? Increase the rubber around this area, so it's a lot easier to position. The things you learn, right? This was one of the first stamp sets I designed. Okay, here we go. So there we go. We're off to a good start, except that's totally crooked. We'll get there. Don't worry. Okay, now we need to put the 11 in that, oh goodness, upper quadrant. There we go. I just let it flip it and land. 11 needs to go in the upper quadrant, and then 2022 needs to go below there. And then November needs to go up top. And then about last month needs to go below. All right, so let's look at that. You are just doing a teachable moment. I know, right? Then that's part of. I mean, I like to talk through what is going on in my head because that's how I learn. I mean, you know, sometimes it's trial and error, right? So I might as well talk out loud and explain what I'm doing as this is happening. Okay, so now I need to decide what color I want to stamp. Sometimes I will bring in 2 different colors, like what I did here. Hi, Mariana, nice to see you. So sometimes I will bring in 2 different colors. So what I did, I stamped everything except for the orange and the October. So I only put that in the grid and stamped. And then I came in separately and stamped the orange watercolor kind of swatch. And then I stamped on October on top of it. So I wanted to do the darker color October on top. That's why I stamped in 3 different kind of processes. 1, 2, 3. So I need to decide here. First of all, do I want to have a multicolored stamp? I feel like I kind of need to, right? I feel like I kind of need to because I have so much color going on here. So what if we did, I don't know, maybe we do a black and a teal? The reason why I say black is that I need to start bringing in some black because all of my writing is in black. That's how I do it. So I need to start bringing in some black so it's not so like stark over here. So let's take our swatches. These are the swatches for all of my distress inks, and I have created these using the Swatch This inks, my Swatch This ink stamp set. And this is the exact reason why I created this stamp set, because I am looking for kind of a teal. What I really need, friends, what color do I need? I need a mint. Tim Holtz, we need a mint. We need a mint. We need a mint. We need a mint. Anyhow, so I am looking for a teal. So I need to go, I've just organized these in Roy G. Biv. So red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. And I need to find I think cracked pistachio is probably going to be the closest. So luckily here, we have a couple of different colors going on, right? We have like a minty color, and then we have that darker color. We have that going on. So I think if we used that, that would probably work over there. All right. And don't worry, I'm going to bring in a little bit of that pink. You'll see how I bring in that pink over here as well. So cracked pistachio. let's grab that. I have my back to you. I'm just grabbing that ink, so bear with me for 1 sec. Where is it? Oh, cracked pistachio. Salvaged patina's out because I used that. Where's cracked pistachio? Hang on, friends. I gotta find it. Hang tight. Oh my heavens. Get back in there. Hold on, sorry. Now I need an assistant. I need a Vanna. There we go. I need a Vanna to be able to look for these and hand them to me. Oh, there we go. No, where is it? My heavens. There it is. Okay. It was put away wrong, friends. It was put away in the wrong place. I apologize for that. All right, here we go. So cracked pistachio. I also need the black. Sorry. Because in my head, you know, when I just went where I went in my head, I went, oh, yesterday afternoon I was stamping in my December daily downstairs. So, hang on. One more drawer and see. Okay. I probably have 18 of these open somewhere. One's downstairs. Here we go. I know, yes, Gerda said, well, we all should write emails to Tim Holtz and ask for a stamp in the color mint, mint, mint. Yes, every time I'm like, mint, mint, mint. No mint. I mean, they're always great colors that he releases. We just don't have a mint yet. Karen, oh yes, would that be fun if you guys came? Oh, Colleen, they have a mint. I'll have to look. You know what? I really need to look for a mint because I mean, mint comes up a lot in my world. Okay, so, I'm not going to stamp November yet. Okay, this is going to be, I have to do this in 3 parts again, you guys, because I will do it just like I did October. I am going to do black and all of that. I'll come back in with that watercolor swatch stamp and put in that cracked pistachio. Then I will do the black on top of it, okay? Because that will, if I do the pistachio on top of it, it's really going to kind of muddy up the black, and I don't want to do that. So that's what we're going to do. I have my little handy dandy. Oh yeah, look at it. See, you guys, I always say you need to test stamp first. Always, always, always. I'm going to take this as a teaching moment. This is my test stamping I was doing when I got the new stamps, my production samples of the Focus stamp set. And look at, this is a really good example of why you need to test your stamps first and why you also need to prime your stamps first. I have something fun coming. I'll just put it up later today. There's a couple different ways you can prime your stamps. You can stamp with them first, or you can use an eraser. Okay, you can use an eraser to lightly erase over the top of the stamp. The reason why you want to prime your stamp first is because, and I don't know where it is. Well, I'll show you my grungy old one. The reason that you want to do that is because there's a really thin layer on your stamps. So if you've ever stamped with a brand new stamp and it looks really funny to you, it's because that layer is on there on photopolymer stamps. So I want to show you. Look at this. Do you see all those different versions of when I stamped 5? Let me try to get that really close. Do you see all of those? All of that weird like see-through and it looks like it's kind of wet. All of those weird white spaces is because I had not primed the stamp first. I just started stamping. And look it, I needed 1, 2, 3, I needed 4 stamps before I got a really good image. You'll see that same thing on the 4. Look at kind of how splotchy. Don't worry about that one. I was just getting the ink off. But splotchy, splotchy, splotchy. And then look, ding, ding, ding. Amazing coverage in the ink. So really important that you always test your stamp first. Number 1, to make sure you like the color, but then also to prime it first, and you can prime it. Anyhow, so what I have, I just ordered many, many, many of them, a bunch of them. Don't mind this. This is my super grungy old version. It is just an eraser. So you can erase off very gently that little invisible layer on your photopolymer stamps that will kind of help in your success with your stamping. And I'll put those up. I forgot to put those up. Oh, here it is. Look at, here's one of them. A nice, clean, new white eraser. No frills, but just a nice, clean, new white eraser that I will have this one. The only thing I'll use that for is the priming of my stamps. And then that other guy I'll, just use to erase things. All right, so I always want to test first. The reason why I always want to test first is because, well, number one, I don't want that going on. Another reason is I need to make sure that all of this is lined up correctly. Like I need to double check. I can see my 2022 is not where it needs to be. So all of those things that maybe aren't so obvious on the stamping block will really show up as something that may need to change before I stamp. So I've talked to you guys a number of times before about my friend Amy. My friend Amy actually does consulting work for me and is such a huge help to my business. I can't even tell you. She came up with a really good idea that she presented to me last week. And I'll talk more about that later. But one of the things that came out of that was I am going to start doing a number of different like tips, tricks, and technique videos, like pre-recorded. One of the first ones I will do, well, the first one I'm going to do is how to find your traveler's notebook. We've talked about that, rebinding it. So that will be the first in the series. So it's just automatically going to kind of work in there. But one of the ones that I will do is like the top 10 the top 10 tips for successful stamping. Okay. So things like we talked about, making sure you prime your stamp. And here's how you can prime it. Making sure you're standing up. I talk about that a lot. So you have that leverage. Make sure you're stamping on a hard surface. Make sure there's a number of other things. But anyhow, that is one of the things that that's a video that will just then live on my YouTube channel. So what's going to happen is generally I cover those things every time that we do our stamping, and it takes a while to kind of recover those things every time, or cover them again, I should say, every time. So then I'll have a video and I'll just reference the video. And if you don't know any of those things, then you can just go watch that quick little video and you'll be good to go. All right, so I tested, everything looks good, right? Everything's lined up pretty well, probably as good as it's going to get at this point. So it is November 2022, so I'm good there. Now, I need to get that off because, let's see, that is a dried out, that was from cleaning my glasses. That'll work, maybe. I don't want that on there because that could, you know what, I need a wet wipe. Okay, and I'm going to have to re-ink a little bit. So I need to clean that off. Then I'm going to have to re-ink a little bit again because now the air has hit that, and I want that to be still nice and dark. So I will add a little bit more ink. I mean, not bad that the air hits it, but the longer that it sits there, eventually it will dry, and I don't want that to happen. So I like a nice juicy impression. The ink I'm using, this is by far, this is probably the only black ink you ever see me use. It is the VersaFine Clair by Sukaniko, and it's Nocturne. So it's black. Oh, shoot. I'm going to have to ink it again. I'll talk about that in a second. Anyhow, it's on my website. That's all I need to say, but that's the one I always use. Pigment-based ink, so nice and juicy. All right. So now I need to stamp over here. Kathy, that one is it's coming. You'll see it come next week. It's a brand new stamp set. It's called Focus, List Builder Focus. So I'm stamping here. We talked before that I cannot take this page out. So not only did I have to be aware of where I was lining things up on my stamping block, but now I have to be aware of everything that's happened before this. The reason that's so important, and we actually saw this happen last week, when I stamped that typewriter, I had to pay attention to what was behind it. Well, look what was behind it. There was a puffy sticker behind it. So I actually stamped and then it didn't work. Excuse me, it didn't work because there was that puffiness behind it. So I pulled it off and stamped again and it was fine. But you always need to be aware of what has happened previously. And in this case, there's a lot that has happened previously, right? There's all these pages. I need a flat surface to be able to stamp on. And I don't have a flat surface here. It's lumpy bumpy because of what's underneath it. That's where a pencil board comes into play. That is one of my products. Pencil board is not my invention, but this is. This is a 1/8 inch thick piece of acrylic. It is sized for traveler's notebooks. So it is 5 by 8.25. It is etched. So the back side is etched. This one I have painted. I don't know where my plain one is. So normally when it's etched, it's just white. All of that is white. But I like to paint it on the back side with regular plain old acrylic paint. So a little dab of paint and then wipe it off, because then it makes it really easy to see things. So not only can I use this as a flat surface that I put underneath what I'm stamping on. Ooh, this could get iffy, you guys. This could get really dicey. This could get dicey. I'll explain why in a minute. Oh, I think we'll be okay, but I'll explain why in a minute. But it also now, because of those white grids, if I had a really large stamp, like let's say the library card stamp, I could use this as a stamping block as well. And then I have those grid lines to be able to line it up. So one of my products on my website. I need to take that and put it underneath this page so that I have a flat surface to stamp on. I was a little bit worried about this, right? I was a little bit worried about that, but you know what I can do? I can just flip that up, and now I won't even have to be worried about that, okay? So let me move that. There is my pencil board is underneath, so now I have a nice flat surface. I need to check one thing really quick. 1, 2, 3. 3, okay, I guess I go 3. I thought I'd usually go 4. 1, 2, 3, it looks like that's where I do that cross stamp, that guy. Now I need to come back and re-ink because it's been way too long. It's been way too long now that since I've inked. Just keep that in mind. If, you ink and then you get a phone call and you're gone for a little bit, then come back and re-ink it because it's dried a little bit and you want a nice solid impression, right? You want that ink to be there. Well, I don't know. I think that you want the ink to be there. I think that you don't want it to be. Let me check my hands really quick, make sure there's no black. All right, now we're ready to go. We are ready to roll. I have that in place. My pencil board is underneath. I'm going to bring this down way towards me, you guys, so I can see, okay? I need to bring it much closer to me. And I am going to come in, and that looks about good. And I'm going to stamp. Now, I can't hesitate, right? I need to commit. I have to be nice, and I got to go. I can't really waffle. If I waffle, the chances of that not stamping nicely my chances are, you know what I'm trying to say. So I don't want to waffle. Oh, I know what's going to happen here. My pencil board is low. My stamping board is low, guys. So guess what? I got to try something here. I'm going to try to just slide that up a little bit. Okay, there we go. I could see over here my pencil board underneath was not high enough, and I was probably not going to get a good stamped image at the top of the 11 and the top of that thing. All right, but I think we're probably pretty good. Let's see. There we go. Lovely. So I went higher this time. Normally I go down 4 lines. And Noelle said I did 3 more. I did 3 before because of the image. Is that I did 3 before? If I'm trying to remember, I did 3 before because I had that. Where is it? Because I used that. Oh, that's right. Because I used that. Right. I needed a little bit more room. That's all good. It's all good. Okay, so now I need to bring in that some color. I'm bringing in the cracked pistachio. So what I want to do there is I'm going to grab another one of my stamping blocks. This guy, that's where it's nice to have more than one stamping block. Number 1, because I haven't unloaded that yet. But number 2, the smaller stamp that you have, you want to try to have a stamping block that fits your stamp. And that's just, it's not 100% necessary. Well, it's, I guess, not necessary at all. It just, if you have a stamping block that's closer to the size of your stamp, look, I didn't clean that last time. Still has orange on it. It's a lot more manageable. See, this is much easier for me to stamp with than trying to put that small stamp on a large block. So we just need to clean that for a sec. I'm just using a baby wipe for that. And now it's wet. Here's the other thing. It's wet right now. So if I were to try to stamp on this right now while it was wet, my ink is going to pool a little bit, right? It's going to pool because it's wet. So another example where when I'm ready to use it, I want to test it. Here's another nice reason I tested right there first. So look, now I can go in and test that guy right there because I have that place where I need it to be. I can see exactly what it looks like, right? So there we go. That will go right there. Are we going to like it? Let's see. Oh yes, I'm going to very much like it. Look, that is going to just bring that color right over to this side. So that will be great. It's stamped well. It dried enough, so I'm not worried about it pooling. Let's grab our pencil board again. Pencil board, where did you go? Oopsie, that was almost bad. Oh, here it is. Okay, pencil board comes in again. Make sure it's high enough up. Whoopsie. And let's go ahead and re-ink that stamp. I want to get it nice and inked up. I use the Distress Oxides. That's just my personal preference. I like to have really nice coverage, nice solid coverage. And I find for me, the Distress Oxides give me that. So I like Distress Oxides. I do not do mixed media. This one is called Cracked Pistachio. And I have a really good selection, you guys, of Distress Oxide inks on my website, including Cracked Pistachio. But there we go. I'm glad that happened because I'm going to show you something. So look at right here. Do you see on that stamp, see how there's still some ink there? What that means is I didn't get nice, even pressure. So I didn't get pressure right there. The ink is still on the stamp instead of on the paper, right? But it's a really easy way to fix that. I will show you. I am going in my little drawer behind me and I am grabbing a Q-tip, okay? I'll get some of that ink on that Q-tip and I can fill that in. Now, probably what I could do, I could probably look at my Distress watercolor pencils. There's probably a Cracked Pistachio, so I could probably also grab that and try as well. But I'm just showing that little toothpick, Q-tip trick. So see how, oopsie, I'm just putting some of that ink on the Q-tip and just coming in and filling those places in. Okay, look it, perfect. I wish that wasn't so high, but oh well, it's too high. That's okay. Now I can save the other end because I haven't used the other end. I'll just throw that end away. I mean, it's not like I don't have a zillion Q-tips, but might as well. All right, so there we go. Now I want to stamp the black. Distress inks. Really important that if you are blending or mixing colors, that you know what you're doing. I do not generally blend or mix or do any kind of mixed media. Distress inks and Distress Oxide inks both have totally different properties. Distress Oxides are a pigment-based ink. Distress inks are a dye-based ink. So one is better than the other if you're mixing or blending or using mixed media. I don't know which one is which because that's not what I do. But I just bring that up because it's important to know that there are differences. So if you want to use them in a different way other than stamping like I do, then you need to do a little bit of research. I have linked to a really good, actually 2 really good articles. They're in the description box of the video down below at the very bottom. One is an article on the difference between Distress Oxides and Distress inks and their properties and what you can do with one versus the other. Their other one is more generic article on just the differences in general between dye-based inks and pigment-based inks or hybrid inks. Just they have differences. Again, if you're using them for something other than stamping, it's good information to have, but I only use it for stamping, so I don't get too deep into that, well, at all. I prefer oxides because I call them a juicy ink. And that's just my terminology, just because I think that they give a really good, nice, solid coverage like we saw there. All right, so now I'm inking up November. Now, it looks to me like I had not used that stamp before because it was very clean. And that would make sense because it's November, and this stamp set I've only used this year. I did not prime it first. I did not get that layer off yet. Hi, Judith K. So fun to see you. I love seeing your little name pop in. Love it, love it, love it. Well, I love seeing all of you. You know that, but I have some special relationships with some of you that it makes me extra happy when I see you. I like what that's going to look like. Okay, so I will like what it looks like. I did that very quickly. Gabby, it does. Well, let me talk about that one sec. I was doing that quickly, so I did ended up with a little bit of space in there, but I will fix that when I go to over here. So I'm going to answer Gabby's question in a minute. Let me go ahead and stamp this, and I'll kind of start talking about it first. As I'm stamping, I need to re-ink. So Gabby asked a really great question. She said, do oxides go through the back of the paper? And I'm going to kind of generalize that question. And I'm going to say, do inks go through the back of the paper? And it is a multi-part answer. Let me just go ahead and stamp this really quick. It depends. It depends on the type of ink you're using. It depends on the color of ink you're using. And it depends on the paper. Okay, so that's a multi-part yes and no. All right, there we go. November. Now, November has just a little bit of a blip in it. I mean, the B. So that's when I can come in with my black marker and just fill that right in like so. Okay, there we go. Yes, oxides they won't necessarily go through, but they will shadow or ghost. So let me see if I have an example of that. Here we go. And I need to be careful here because this is a little bit wet still. So let me show you this guy. When we did this list, so I am stamping directly on the insert like I did here. I was not worried about doing that here because the back side is covered, right? The back side is covered with paper. My list was on another piece of paper. Here, when I flip the page back, I have not done a list here yet. Do you see that? Let me try to get really close to the camera. You can see the shadowing and the ghosting. You can see the orange shadowing and ghosting through. You can even see the black shadowing and ghosting through. Whoopsie, there we go. So nothing wrong with the ink that we use, nothing wrong with the type of ink we use, nothing wrong even with the paper. These inserts, actually the paper is a very good quality. It's just that sometimes you're going to have shadowing and ghosting. So here's the deal. Before you start stamping, make sure that you look at what is behind. All right, so if I had done a list here and I had done it directly like here, on the page, if I had done already a list here and I had written it directly on the page, I would have been in trouble once I did this because that would have shadowed and ghosted through and it would not have looked good at all. And I know you guys have done that because you told me. So always double check. And what I would have done in this instance is if this was a plain page right here I'd done my list on, I wouldn't have done this list here. I just would have skipped to the next spread and done it and then come back and done lists here where I could create a list on top of something and adhere it down. Okay? Okay. That's a great question. All right, so now I'm just going to come in and do my little outlining. I think one of the reasons I was so drawn to this particular fall collection from Simple Stories, the Harvest Market, is that it is not, it's not your traditional fall colors, right? I mean, obviously the oranges and but the teal and then the pink, it just makes it really fun. So that's why I've used it quite a bit this fall in our lists because it's different. Now that actually, where I did that outlining, that's actually part of my photo, but that also helps to, hi, Pat. I'll talk about what Pat just said in a sec. So that part, that white part was part of my photo. And I did my outlining right on that because then that is what helps to kind of bring it all together, but also fill in a little bit of that blank space. All right, so there we go. So Pat said she is listing with us. Pat is doing a list that we did last December. She is doing a favorite ornament list. We did that list. That was one of the lists that we did last year. So kind of a fun thing that you guys can do in the description box of the video down below. I have links to the lists of lists. There is a PDF that you can download for the 2021 list of lists and the 2022 list. No, sorry, 2021 and 2020. And then I think it's out there also for through the end of October, January through the end of October for 2022. But you can always go back and find those past lists. Okay, time to list. It's time to list. So I think what I want to do, I think I was going to try to bring in that pink. Remember I said I can bring in more of that pink. When I do my about last month, it is always a run-on list. And it's always been this way, regardless of what year I've done it. My list right here always looks like this, where I am using a small stamp in between all of the things on my run-on list. So I need a small stamp to go here. And I am going to use, I think what I'd like to use, we're going to use this bullet stamp. So let me pull out the bullet stamps really quick. I had to clean that. There was crackling campfire on there. I don't want that color. So bullet stamp set. The bullet stamp set was one of my first stamp sets that I did. All of my stamp set, oh my goodness, the person that asked before, was it Pauline? The person that asked before, what stamps do you recommend to start listing? I can't even believe I forgot this one. This would be the number one stamp. Number one stamp, hands down. It's the Bullets and More stamp set. So the Bullets and More stamp set has lots of different bullets on it. And when we're listing, you need lots of different bullets. Also has your numbers. One of the 5 new stamp sets that's coming out later this month is a new bullets stamp set. So it's a Bullets and More part 2. And it is all bullets, which I'm so excited about. So bullets, it's those little tiny icons that are going to separate when I do a run-on list, or those little icons can also work like this to be my little bullets in front of my list. Hi, Gracie. Gracie Angel Creates. I always thought it was Gracie Ann. That's so funny. Gracie Angel, is your email or something Gracie Ann? I don't know. Okay. Anyhow, doesn't matter. Just got sidetracked there. So I took one of those little bullet stamp sets and I put it on the stamping stylus, another one of my products. I've never seen anyone else do that. I think I'm the only one that has this. But the idea behind this stamping stylus, it is a piece of acrylic. It is 6, also Gracie Creates. Well, maybe that's why, Gracie Creates. I've never seen the Gracie Angel. Okay. But 6 inches. So look it is like a pen. Your hand is used to holding a pen, right? It's the circumference of a pen. It's the length of a pen. So it's something that is comfortable and familiar. The end is where you put your little bullet stamp. Okay. There's my little bullet stamp. And I need to get my color first. So let's find that color. I want to say that color is going to be raspberry, picked raspberry. That's what I'm thinking in my head. Let's see if I'm close. If it's not it will be pretty close. Picked raspberry. Kitsch flamingo? No. Oh, look at that. Oh, gosh. Okay, friends, guess what? Hang tight a minute. I need to report. Get away. Report. Go away. And I need to remove. Sorry about that. Sometimes every once in a while we get trolls in the chat that shouldn't be here. So hopefully you do not see that anymore. And if that comes up again and I miss it, please just click on that comment in the chat and you can hit block, report, remove, whatever you need to do. I am okay if you remove those kind of things, because if I see them, I get them as soon as I can, but sometimes I don't see them right away. Anyhow, back to picked raspberry. We're just crafting. I'm like, hello, I'm a middle-aged crafter. Why in the world are you on my live video talking about things you shouldn't be talking about, like sex? Anyhow, I just have to say that, and then let's hope that person doesn't come back. So, picked raspberry, I think that's pretty good, because look at picked raspberry there. I have the pink over here. I've got the pink here. It will really help to kind of then pull everything together. So that's what I'm going to use. Picked raspberry. So let's find it. If you are swatching your inks, here is a little tip. Organize your inks in the order you organize your swatches. So I knew exactly where to go to find picked raspberry, because all of my pinks were together, all of my reds were together. So very easy. Hi, Christina from New Zealand. How's the weather where you are? Are you fighting back the heat? We have someone from Argentina, Noelia, who is also fighting back the heat. I mean, I know, very different parts of the world, but still, Southern Hemisphere. All right, so this is how awesome this little stamping stylus is, because look at, there's my little stamp. I go like that and stamp, that and stamp, that and stamp, that and stamp, that and stamp. Makes it so easy, right? Teeny tiny stamp. Even if you have your teeniest, tiniest stamping block, like a 1x1, it still is hard because your stamp is so small to get nice, even coverage on your stamp, because the stamps are so small. That works for any kind of small stamp. So this is now what I will do. We're finally down to listing. Well, this is all listing, right? It's all part of it. It's all part of it. Here's my handy dandy notebook. And here's my list. I wrote everything down ahead of time because I have to do that, or else I won't remember. I will take that little stamp and I start writing. So what happened? I taught in Southern California at the, I don't remember, was it 5th or 6th? I'm going to say at the 5th annual Christmas Bash. That's my friend Lizzie Lou. Oh, I forgot to put that with Lizzie Lou. That is from that photo. And then there we go. Here's my next little stamp. Claire said, Layle, if my order hasn't shipped, can you please add the bullet stamp set? And this is really funny because the person that just popped in right below that is Diane Barnes from Arizona. Diane, I think that was Diane, right? Didn't you have yes, Diane, 3 different orders this week, and we were able to ship them all together. So Claire, yes. And I'll answer that. Jennifer said, the troll wasn't wrong. We are hot. I love it. Yes, we are hot. They just don't know it's because we're in menopause. Sorry, I couldn't help that. So Claire, back to Claire's question. Yes. At any time, you guys, if you've placed an order and you have not received your email with shipping confirmation yet, that means your order hasn't shipped, which means if you want to add to it, we can add to it. The easiest thing to do is to just email me. So either reply to your order confirmation email or go to my website and click contact us and say, hey, can I add to my order? And you tell me whatever you want to add. I can add it on the back end, shoot you an email invoice with a button that all you do is click to pay. And then that's part of your order. So as long as your order hasn't shipped yet, we can totally do that. If your order, if your alternative is you could place a second order, or in Diane's case, a third order. Of course, I love that. I'm not poking fun at Diane. You can place separate orders and then we can ship them all together and then refund the shipping on your subsequent orders. But here's the thing with that. You need to make sure to let me know. You guys, there are so many orders coming in that if I don't know that, chances are that I'm going to miss that. So if you place 2 or 3 orders over a couple of days or a week, sometimes even the same day, if I don't know, then sometimes I just can't catch it. So just, if you want to play separate, go ahead, play separate, but shoot me an email, let me know. All right. The other thing is, after the first of the year, I'm bringing on Lily full-time. She's been working part-time. I'm bringing her on full-time. I'm training her how to do all of the orders. Right now, I do everything except she just packages them. I get all the orders ready. I pick all the orders. I ship all the orders, and she helps now to get the orders packed up. But after the first of the year, she's going to be doing all of that. I'm going to train her in all that so I can focus on things that only I can do. So anyhow, we have all those things in place, and you're letting us know if you want to add to your order. That makes it all the easier. Okay, next on my list, because I was in Southern California 2 weekends in a row, I entered the 1.5 billion lottery twice. You can't play lottery in Utah. We don't have it twice. And did not win. So yeah, I tried. I donated some money to the education system for the state of California. That's how I look at it, right? But it's fun to play. And have hopes for, a brief amount of time before your hopes are shattered. Right? Right. Okay. Oh yes, Sam, our younger son, Sam came down with influenza A. Oh, Sammy was sick. Influenza A. Influenza type A. Yeah, he was not a happy camper. He was very sick. And we, I know he has that because I went with him to the doctor to get tested. Because I was worried that, because he could not keep anything down for a while and his temperature went really high. No, he doesn't live with us. So this is kind of a fun little squirrel story for a minute. A fun little squirrel story, totally off topic. Whenever it was, early November, mid-November, when he came down with it, he called me on a Monday and said, Mom, hi, Kathy. Thank you. Kathy said, just popping in. Congrats on the University of Utah Pac-12 championship win. Thank you, Kathy. I paraphrased that a little bit. Well, the part about what the championship was or how they won. So yes, Mom, I'm really sick. I can't keep anything down. I'm throwing up. I don't feel well. And I said, okay, take your temperature, see what your temperature is. Make sure you're drinking lots of liquids, whatever. He calls me in the afternoon. Mom, it's not stopping. I'm still really sick. Take your temperature. What's your temperature? 102. Do a little Googling. Yeah. Once you hit 102, they say you should go to the doctor. So I said, okay, Sam, go to the Instacare, which is our urgent care or whatever. Go to the Instacare. And he said, okay. And he said, Mom, I know I'm out on my own and I know I live on my own and I'm adult and everything, but this is the first time I've been really sick on my own. Would you meet me there? Yes. So I did. I met him there, but that was not kind of fun, but it's nice to know that people in your family still need you, right? Nice to know that. So yes, but he's fine. They were able to give him Tamiflu, so that helped. Let's see. Hi, Melissa. Melissa said, hi, everyone. Haven't been watching for some time. Hubby isn't well. Oh, Melissa. Just popped on, but we'll try to watch replay. Just know, Melissa, that we're thinking about you, okay? We're thinking about you and your husband and hope everything is okay. Yes, Colleen said prayers for your hubby. All right. So here we go. We're continuing on our list. Yes, he's all well now. So that's good. I taught in Spokane. At the 3 Craft Chicks Let It Snow retreat. My friends Michelle and Lauren, that is their business, mother-daughter. I know many of you know them, and that's how some of you know me. Lots of fun there. If you're ever wondering, because I do a lot of teaching in the fall, mostly this year, I do so much teaching in the fall, like September, October, November, that I've really started to pull back on when I teach the rest of the year. So I'm teaching in February at 3 Craft Chicks at their retreat, teaching in August, 3 Craft Chicks at the retreat. No other in-person teaching until September. But if you're ever wondering where I'm teaching, and I might be in your neck of the woods, on my website, there is a link that says coming soon. And coming soon will tell you what new products are coming. We'll tell you what new project kits are coming. We'll also tell you where I'm teaching. Okay, so that's a good little resource. Yes, and then I got sick. Nasty cold. It was not influenza A because I was not throwing up. It was also not COVID because I tested, but just nasty, nasty cold. And some of you, I mean, you've been with me through all that, especially those of you that were at the Crop and Crate delivered virtual event. I was not sounding good. And then the Saturday after that, I was not sounding good. And then even today, still the cough's there, but it's all good. So I got sick, nasty cold. Jada said late to the party, but hello everyone from Nova Scotia. Welcome, welcome. All right, nasty cold. Then let's see. Oh yes, it was just Nick's birthday. Nick's birthday on the 30th. I just how this happens, but so Nick's birthday is November 30th. Sam's birthday, is tomorrow, December 4th. Jack's birthday is January 14th. So in a and then Christmas. So in a 6-week period, my immediate family birthday is Christmas, all in a 6 weeks. And then I'm August, so I'm the oddball. Okay, so Nick's birthday. Oh, also my sister's birthday. Lainey's birthday. My sister is Lainey, Layle and Lainey. Her real name is Elaine, Alane, but she's always gone by Lainey. Let's see, Nick had a business trip to Indianapolis. But you guys, it's like a run-on list, and nothing exciting. Some things are exciting, but it's just kind of blah, 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 everything that happens. Elizabeth said it's her daughter Josie's birthday too. Oh, well, happy belated birthday to your daughter, Elizabeth. Wait, Elizabeth, was that you? Okay, hold on. There was someone no, I don't think it was. Anyhow, there was someone in the Facebook group, I want to say, in the Facebook group or on Facebook this week. No, that it was her niece's wedding. Like that day was her niece's, but I don't think that's you, Elizabeth, right? Anyway, was that you? Yes, question mark? I don't know. You'll have to tell me if that was you. Okay, next up. Oh yes, I had a mani-pedi because, you got to treat yourself. Mani-pedi. Because, yeah, I was working really hard, so I deserve that. No, it wasn't you. Okay, yeah. I'll have to go back and look now because now I don't remember. What does that say? Oh, yes, this is kind of fun. In November, I introduced a new thing. Introduced What's New Wednesday. And that is Wednesday-ish. Well, it's Wednesday, but not necessarily every Wednesday. What's New Wednesday? That is when I am live here on my YouTube channel, 6:30 Pacific time, PM, and I show you what's new on my website. So that's kind of fun. We've had fun. We did 2 of those last month. Of course, you had Thanksgiving. We had Thanksgiving twice. Thanksgiving times 2. So number 1 was at Gary and Carolyn's. Those are my in-laws, at Gary and Carolyn. And then number 2 was at our house. So we did one on Thursday and we did one on Friday, a number of reasons. So Jack is our older son who lives in Tacoma, Washington. Jack and his girlfriend Kat came to visit for Thanksgiving. Their plane was delayed 3 or 4 times, and we ended up at Nick's mom's house around 4:30 p.m. And usually we have, we usually do dinner Thanksgiving around 2. So we told everyone else to eat because we didn't know their plane kept getting delayed. So we kind of had a hurried Thanksgiving. But we also did Thanksgiving in our house on Friday because we had my dad over. This is another little squirrel moment. Some of you who've been with me for a while know that my dad is in assisted living. He has early Alzheimer's. It's totally great, doing amazing. His short-term memory is that's where he really struggles. So having a lot of people, like Nick's whole family, all together, and then having things delayed because we didn't know when their flight was going to come in. We thought that might happen. So we had decided ahead of time that we were going to do 2 separate Thanksgivings and had my dad over at our house on Friday. My dad brought his new lady friend. Some of you that have been with me for a while also know that, it's just so sad. I mean, His wife died in early COVID. She didn't have COVID, but his wife of 20 years had died of early COVID. And then we moved him to Utah. And then he had a new lady friend, I don't know, maybe for about a year at assisted living, and then she passed away. So now he has a new lady friend, which is good. So she came also, which I didn't know he had a new lady friend until I told him I was going to pick him up. And he said, okay, we'll be ready. He said, we'll be ready. And I said, we? Who's we? Yeah, but it's good. That's good. So anyhow, we had 2 Thanksgivings. We had, oh yes, I had a big Black Friday sale. Whoopsie, that was bad. Big Black Friday sale at Layle by Mail. I did. I know some of you shopped during that time and picked up some great deals. But this one, my second trip to the dentist in the month, which is never good, right? I had a cavity. Mwah, mwah. Cavities, no fun, no fun. Hi, Denise, nice to see you. Okay, and then Nick and I went to the Jazz, the Utah Jazz basketball team. Utah Jazz went to the Jazz basketball game. Courtesy of friends of ours that have season tickets. Okay, so there we go. That is the end of my list. Now, hi, Julie. Nice to see you. Mary J said, Mary J shopped the Black Friday sale twice. Love it, love it. Okay, so there you guys, my list is done. Except I didn't have anything else on my list. This, I kind of really had to rack my brain for the things to put on my list this time because I was doing a lot of traveling. So that was kind of in teaching. That's kind of what a lot of that was made up of, right? So I have a little bit of space. And what do I do when I have space? I put in a word strip sticker, right? So I have 2 options here when it comes to word strip stickers. We know that we saw a word strip sticker in the sticker book from Harvest Market because I used one over there. So let's look and see. I really feel like I would like to find one that is teal, right? So there's a difference between what I want it to say, the one that I pick because it's what I want it to say, and the one that we'll pick because it's fits and it's the right color. So really, I would like to do the one that said gather together because that works really well, doesn't it? For this whole thing. But gather together is too small right there. So I'm not going to use gather together. I think I'm going to use fall breeze and autumn leaves because that will fit better, right? So that works. So let's see what that looks like once I pull it off. My little tweezers. Let's put this down there. Oh yes, I think I like that. I think that will work. So you guys see what I mean by I needed something that was a little bit longer to fill that space, right? And there's that pop of color again. The other thing that does, and granted, this one looks like it's done with kind of a navy and that one is black. It's kind of similar, right? Where you have the writing on top of a color. So there we go. There is my About Last Month for November. If you are new to that, just know that later this month, probably next week, I will have a project kit for that whole concept About Last Month. But it's called Year in Review because it's the kit for the entire year. Alrighty, so we are now ready to move on to our second list. Oh, let me do this. Let me just hold it up because I know sometimes it's hard to, I mean, you're seeing from far away, right? But that's kind of how it has to be. But I'll hold it up so you can see it, how it looks finished. And I need to wait because I'm on about a 15-second delay-ish. There we go. I'm on like a 15-second delay. So I can't really see what you're seeing for a little bit. So there we go. Now you can kind of see what that whole list looks like a little bit closer. Okay. Oh, look, Kim has a new grandson, another grandbaby on the way. That is so fun. I love that. Yes, Denise says, I know those ladies in the top left corner. Denise and Gabby were at that event. That was the Lizzie Lou Christmas Bash. Okay, guys, we're ready for list number 2. Now we are ready to move into Christmas, right? We had to get that out of the way. We had to get November, not Christmas yet. So now we're ready for Christmas. And it's beginning to list a lot like Christmas. Did you get that? Beginning to list a lot like Christmas. If you saw my email about today, then you saw that. Beginning to list a lot like Christmas. All right, let me do this. I need to actually, you guys, I hate to clean up while I'm on camera, but I need to because I think I will need this stamping block again. Oh, I want to talk about what just happened there. Do you guys see that? How that 2022 completely moved off of the block? That's a good teaching opportunity. Your stamps, your photopolymer stamps are sticky on the back, right? And they're sticky on the back, so it'll stick to your stamping block and also stick to your sheet. At some point, they stop sticking, okay? At some point, they stop sticking. The reason they stop sticking is on the backside, they get lint on them, right? They get lint and dirt and whatever on them. So you need to clean it off. Now it's no longer linty. Oh, I can even see that lint that came off. Now it's no longer linty. As soon as that dries, it's back to sticking exactly how we need it to stick again. So good idea as you're putting your stamps away, and I'm not going to do it right now, even though I said I should. Good idea would be to also clean off the back of your stamp because then it's going to stick to the sheet. And that is super important with your little bullet stamps because they're so small that they can kind of stray and get away from your sticker sheet. I mean, not your sticker sheet, your little backing sheet like this, if they've got any lint on them. So good idea to get in the habit of cleaning off both the front and the backs of your stamps as you are working. I'm going to make that a thing I focus on, not a formal thing, but going forward in the new year. Well, I can start now. To clean off my stamps after I use them and to put them away right after I use them because that lessens the chances of them getting lost, right? So I'll clean off front and back and do that. The other thing I need to do, this is sometimes how I lose them because they stay, my little bullet ones, I forget to take them off of the stylus. So I need to put that guy away too. All right, so thank you for letting me, just stay there. Thank you for letting me do that. Question, how do you handle if you have too much for one page? I moved November and have lots to write about. So guess what? That's a great question, Sheila, because what some people do is, I just put my about last month list in with the rest of my listing, okay? So they're just worked into all of my lists. What the project kit does is you have a whole insert that is only, well, not only for, the whole insert that is meant for your about last month list. So what some people do in the pages in between, because you have enough for your 12 spreads plus pages in between, some people will put list, or list here, some list here, photos, continue that here and here. So you could use more than one page to do your list. Even if you're not keeping it all together in your same Traveler's Notebook insert, I just come to the next page and add some more. Or you could do something like this. What we did last week. You could make a little added tip in like this, right? So if you've already done all of this and you're like, I have more stuff I want to write, or more photos, create a little tip in right here and have that lift up and then do more photos on the part. Let's do more photos on the part that lifts up and do your list here or all of your list here. Or if you want to talk a little bit more about your moving, then you could do your little like asterisks right here and then come over here and put the asterisks and kind of talk a little bit more journaling as opposed to bullet point listing on something that you want to blow up a little bit more and talk about on your list. So a couple of different ways that you could do that. All right, so let's put this guy back and move on to our next list. So our next list is favorite holiday treats. All right. So around the holidays, food, right? Food and holidays kind of go hand in hand. And around Christmas time, this time of year, there's some really yummy treats. So I thought, I don't think we've done this list before. this could be a fun list to do our favorite holiday treats. So that's what we're going to do. I need, oh, where did they go? Where did my bullet stamps go? Okay, I need to put this guy away. So hang on, I need to find this. I'll put, this guy can now go away. We're done using it. We're done using that. But where did they go, friends? Does anybody see the bullet stamps? There they are. All right, let's get this stuff out of the way too. It just, if I can get things out of the way, it makes it a little bit easier for us to see. Okay, put this guy back. There we go. And I want these back in here so they just don't want to run away. Okay. Second list, favorite holiday treats. So I pulled out a couple of things. Number one, I pulled out the favorites stamp set. So this is another one of my list builders. It's called favorites, and that's what it is. A bunch of different favorite words. I apologize if you are Canadian. The US spells the word favorite differently than Canada and differently than some parts of Europe. So I apologize for that. It does not have the U after the O. So I know that. That was me being an ignorant. That was the word I was looking up before. Ignorant American when I did that stamp set, right? But it's hard when you have, there's not enough. I don't know. Never mind. I'm not even going to go there. Okay. So our second list, favorite holiday treats. All of the product that now is hard to see, that's been on my desk is from the collection called Baking Spirits Bright. Okay. So Baking Spirits Bright. Oh, Denise, he's improving. I'm so glad. Denise's grandson has been really sick, RSV into pneumonia. He's been in the ICU. So I'm very, very happy, Denise. That's great news that he's doing better. Wonderful news. All right. So favorite holiday treats. This is going to be a 2-page list, and I am going to make a pocket on the side because I'm going to put something fun in the pocket. We'll see that in a minute. 2-page list. So I need some pattern paper. I have pulled out lots of the pattern paper from Baking Spirits Bright. Now, I want to talk about this collection. I love this collection. It's linked in the description box of the video. And when you click the link that says what I'm using, it'll take you to the website and you'll see all of this collection, or the parts of it that I have. But this collection has 2 very different looks to it, or themes to it. All right, so I'm going to show you a bunch of the papers. These are all papers from the 6x8 pad. And then I'm going to remind you, this collection is called Baking Spirits Bright. Do you see anything in there that has to do with baking? Nope, not at all. When I start to go to the other side of those papers, we get a little bit more of the baking theme. We whisk you a Merry Christmas. Not baking, not baking. Not baking. It's beginning to taste a lot like Christmas. Baking, not baking. Gingerbread could go either way, and not baking. And those are just some of the papers. That's the same, you guys, with the embellishments, the die cuts, the stickers, all of that. There is a really good mix of some things that are baking, but all of these things that I had on my table ahead of time, look at, none of this has to do with baking. Okay, even your gingerbread people, they're just gingerbread people. Doesn't have to mean we made them, right? So look at all of that. And that's just a part of it. I think, I wish, and I can say this because this is just my opinion, I wish Simple Stories called this collection different than Baking Spirits Bright, because I think that really pigeonholed it. And I think that made people not necessarily take a look at it because you thought, well, I don't bake, so I'm not going to look at it. So many great products. So even though this one is called Favorite Holiday Treats, I really didn't pick out anything to use that's specific to baking. Now, there's a ton of stuff in it that's specific to baking. So if you like to cook around the holidays or bake around the holidays, I mean, there's a ton. So you get a little bit more of the baking in some of the rest of the papers. So sweet, but again, neutral. We already saw that one. in the stickers is where you start to see a little bit more, oopsie, of that baking theme come out. But I always say I love it when manufacturers have kind of two different themes going on, right? Even though it's all Christmas. But look at that. I mean, you have cookies and milk, but that's not really baking. So much of this collection really has nothing at all to do with baking. So even though I'm using holiday treats, I'm not using any of the baking. So there you go. That's pretty heavy baking when you've got the apron and the cookie sheet and the mixer and all your things. So it's nice that it works for baking, but you can also use it for your regular holiday, because that's really what I'm going to do, even though it's a treats. Okay, so now that we've discussed that, let's figure out what papers that we want to use, because I said two-page list. This list is unlike this one in that I am not going to work directly on the insert itself. I'm going to do what I said. I'm going to work off the page. Gerda said, Layle, that's so right. That's why I didn't buy it, right? And you know what? Actually, I used quite a bit of this in my December documented project kit this year because so much of it is so good. But I did, and originally I shied away because I thought it was way too baking. So what I'm going to do, I want this to be a two-page list. I want to use that one, and I want to use that one. And I am going to use, I need to think about, this guy is going to be over here, and this one is going to be over here. That's the start of my list. Now, I'm going to do it off the page. So I'm going to create my list on these two pieces, and then I will adhere them here. The reason I'm going to do this, the deeper and deeper I get into my insert, it gets a little bit harder to work because, right, that's kind of flipping up in the air. So we'll just go in and add that as soon as we're done. My two papers, these are 6x8. I use 6x8 almost exclusively in my Traveler's Notebook inserts because smaller. My inserts are standard wide, which means they are, oopsie, let me grab that again, 5 by 8.25. So it's already the height I need. I just need to narrow it down a little bit. But the major reason is that the pattern is scaled down to size. So let's say, let's use this one for example. That is scaled down to size for a 6x8 pad. If I had this in a 12x12 paper, those gingerbread man would probably be about this tall instead, which is great if you're working in a 12x12 space, but once you're working in a tinier space, you don't want those guys to be as big, so you can get more of the pattern. So that's why I do what I do. I always, when I'm starting with the pattern paper as the base, I trim the width to 4 3/4. The reason I trim the width to 4 3/4, again, going back to the height is 8.25. This is 8. So I already automatically have a little bit of a white border when I put it down because it's 8 versus 8.25, which means I want to mimic that same border in the width. So if this is 5, I want this to be 4.75. So there we go. 4.75 by 8. And I want to do the same thing with that one. 4.75 or 4 3/4 by 8. That's the base of my spread. And this is the left page. This is the right page. So I need my corner rounder. Oh, Lordy. Who knows where that is? Let's see if I put it away where it belongs. Hang tight. Hooray! 3 cheers for putting things away where they belong, so you can find them. So this is my left page, which means I'm going to round my outer left corners. And I do that because the inserts that I use have rounded corners. Right page, I will round the outer right corners. There we go. Okay, so now I need to be thinking about my list is going over here, and I'm going to make a pocket over here. So in order to make a pocket, I need to bring in a third pattern. So let's take a look at what I want to use. Some of these pulled out. Maybe that one. I won't use this one because it's got too much going on next to that, right? That would be fine, but color's not really quite the same. That would work, but I really don't love that stripe, so not that one. Again, too much pattern, not the right color, too pink. Let me look at the rest of the book. Let's see what we have. Okay, so that's not bad. The only problem is that it's too similar, it has the same background color, so I won't use that. Too much pattern. Nah. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep looking to see what we have. I may have pulled out all the papers. So if I don't find one, yeah, there's way more of the baking theme, but look how cute that is. Isn't that darling? All those little icons. If you are baking, then absolutely, there's some great patterns. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I am actually going to use another piece of that for the pocket. And don't you worry your pretty little head. I am going to do something to it. Where is it? Because there are 2 sheets each. I just had it, right? Oh, guess what? Darn it. Darn it. I thought I was being all smart there because I could use it. I can't. Can I? So now with that in mind, let's kind of go back to the drawing board because I could look to see what other paper that I have that might work. All right, this is what we're going to do. I am going to, all right, I'm going to use this as the base, and I'm going to use this as my pocket. All right, so we'll be okay. Unless, oh man. All right, hang on, guys. I'm just going to just take a little look at, whoopsie, oh goodness, that was a mess. I'm going to take a look at papers from Mix and a Mingle. I just do not love that stripe. I really don't. Okay, we'll use that one. That one actually works. So that is from Mix and a Mingle. And that actually works really well because it is holiday treat, right? So there we go. Darn it, I thought I had that all figured out, and then I didn't. Use the red dot strip to denote the top of the slit. Yes, that is actually, Tracy, that's what I was going to do. What I was going to do was to create I was going to create my pocket like this and have it be angled. So this is what I was going to do. Well, I'm still going to do this. You'll see. You'll see. I'll just work through it and instead of try to explain it. Okay, I'll just work through it. And you'll see in a minute why there's another component that I'm going to bring in that that you haven't seen yet that makes me kind of had to figure some things out there. So put a pin in that. We'll come back to it. Put it on the parking lot. All right, so there we go. And then I'm going to make the pocket out of this. So I need this to be, let's see how we want to do this. This I want to be, put this here because I don't want a rounded corner, but my rounded corner will be fine to be there. I want a slanted pocket or like a slash pocket. So if we go, I don't know, maybe about right there. I'll tell you what measurement this ends up being here in a sec, and up there. So I have gone on the left, I made a little mark that is I can say it's 1 15/16 because my ruler tells me that. So just about 2, right? Almost 2. And then on this side, I am at about, well, that is 3 5/8. And I can say 3 5/8 because my ruler tells me because it goes all the way down to 16. So if you're doing something like that, I'd say 3.5 on the right side and about 2 on the left side, just to make it easy. And I am going to cut from that mark to that mark. So we'll put that mark right there and that mark right there on my trimmer, line that up. And I'm going to, there, that's my slash pocket, okay? My little slash pocket. So that is going to go down like that. This piece is what I'm going to put right there to separate visually, although it won't be that wide. I'll narrow it down to separate visually the back of the pocket versus the front of the pocket. So I need this to be 4 3/4 inches wide. Actually, I'm going to trim it, narrow it down first. So that's going to be about 1/2 inch wide. Am I still on the half? Kind of, but not really. Okay, 1/2 inch wide. There we go. And I'm going to turn that over and let me get double-sided tape. I'm using 1/4 inch double-sided tape for my pocket instead of my tape runner. Anytime I do pockets, I like to have them be a little bit more secure because when you're pulling things in and out of them, they tend to need a little bit more security. And I'll show you a trick. When you're working with double-sided tape, if you are having trouble getting that little protective part off, if you use a craft pick, these are brand new. Well, not brand new, but they're brand new for me. I brought these into the website because a couple people were asking for them after I showed this. So it's a retractable craft pick, right? So once you retract it, it's gone. I don't have to worry about getting hurt. But you do have to worry about getting hurt when it's out, right? Because it's very sharp. So if your nails are having a hard time pulling something like that off, you just grab your little, let me try to show you this. I kind of just poke a little hole in there and then lift up. But I don't want to peel all of that off right now. And there's a reason. I want to just peel a little bit of it off and put that out that way. And put this down. I'm going to peel a little bit of it off. There we go. And set that out to the side. And then down here, peel a little bit of it off and go down to the bottom. The reason I'm doing that, this adhesive, double-sided adhesive, is always really strong. Oh my goodness, Christine! Are you still here, Christine? I totally got just sidetracked. Christine, my friend Christine Davidson, I've known for years and years and years from Canada. She was on the Simple Stories design team for years. Just wanted to stop by and say hi. Layle, you're such an inspiration. Thank you for sharing your talent with us. I love it. Yes, Christine, I love it. Oh, I'm so glad you said hello. What a blast from the past. I have not seen or chatted with you in forever. So fun. All right. So because it's so sticky, I have 3 parts I am trying to line up. This edge, and this edge. And I only have really one shot to do that because it's sticky. So once I put it down, if it's crooked, I'm kind of SOL, right? I'm shoot out of luck. But if I've only revealed part of my adhesive like that, look what I can do. I can come in and get that lined up. I can get that corner lined up. I can get that lined up. Look, I got it lined up exactly where I needed it. Sticking. And now I just go, I don't cough normally like when I do that. I go, bloop, bloop, and bloop. And then it's exactly where it needs to be. Sorry, so that's a fun little trick. My friend Joey taught me that from Photoplay. All right, so now pocket, but guess what? You can't even really see that there's a pocket. Look at there. We'll put that down, and now we have a nice little divider between the pocket. Now, you'll see that there's a pocket in a minute because I'm going to put something in the pocket. Then it will be totally obvious, but we'll come back and do that in a minute. Okay, and I know I'm wasting here because I just don't need it all, but I'm not going to use the rest of it. Okay, and then we'll snip those pieces off. Like so. And like so. Okay, I need to see something. Colleen said, I just had the nicest surprise. My brother dropped in and brought me a package of dark chocolate Oreos that he found at the cookie outlet in Toronto. You have to love little brothers. Um, hydration break. Hang on. Let me have a quick sip, guys. That's so nice of your brother. So, what Tracy, I think, was talking about before, and I do this sometimes in my mini books. I technically, you guys, would not have needed to use that second piece of paper. I could create a pocket in my traveler's notebook by cutting this single piece of paper like I did here. Okay, I could cut that single piece and I had the bottom part and the top part. I could adhere this part, right, just this part to my insert, and then take this piece and only adhere my adhesive along the sides and bottom, and then adhere that to the insert as well. So basically what I'd be doing is I would be adhering two separate pieces here. This would be the top, it would be adhered, and this would be the bottom. So that the part I'm going to stick in is actually sticking in right here instead of sticking in right here. Oh my goodness, my little cough. Sorry, you guys. All right. So now I'm going to come in and just do my little outlining like so. And I did a pocket for a very specific reason. This collection, oh, I got it, Colleen, thank you. It's 12:34, angel time. Creative Cindy. I'm going to show you. I'll show you. Let me just mock this up and I'll show you. So, what I could have done here. Let me just grab a piece of something here. Hang tight. All right, so I'm just going to grab this piece of pattern paper and we'll pretend. So what I could have done with just one piece of paper, I could have cut my little angle like, oh, let me narrow it down to 4 3/4. Okay. Then I could have cut from, oh no, wrong way. Here to here. Let's just pretend like that's my little pocket angle, my slash pocket. 2 pieces like that. So then what I could do, I could come in, let's pretend like this is my insert. I could come in and adhere this to the top of the page like that. And then that bottom piece, I would just come in and do that. That is the pocket. So then I'm putting that right there. So what that gives me, I only use one piece of paper, and then my pocket, stuff can go in my pocket like that. Does that make sense to everyone? Hopefully, that is what I could have also done, but I was kind of too far down the path when I started. So only using one piece of paper that way instead of using 2 like I did, because I got a little too far down the path because I had already cut that guy and rounded the corners. Okay. Yeah, paper saving tip, right? Okay, good. Creative Cindy, I'm glad that makes sense. And there were probably 18 other people that were like, wait a minute, what? So I'm glad you asked that question. Okay, so here, the reason I made the pocket. Every once in a while, I'll make a pocket like this because sometimes it's fun to put photos in. Sometimes it's fun to put memorabilia in. Sometimes it's fun to put more things on your list in. So going back to the question that was asked earlier, what if I have more things that I want to add? Well, in this scenario, I couldn't do that because I already put that here. But I could do that in a scenario like this one. So I gave you guys a sneak peek at the beginning of the 2023 year in review kit, which I had to mock up because March 2023 hasn't already happened. But look at my pocket. There's the pocket with that little strip. I put photos in that pocket. But guess what? If I had more things to go on my list, I could put a second list in that pocket and then put my photos in there as well. So just some fun things that you can do with little pockets in your traveler's notebook, right? Because you only have so many pages. It's not like you've got scrapbook albums after scrapbook albums after scrapbook albums that you can just kind of keep adding to. Although you could keep doing lists, but all right. So the reason I wanted to make a pocket for this is because in this Baking Spirits Bright collection, there is a little product. Where did they go? Oh, right here. Here they are. Oh, but where did mine go? Recipe cards. So it's a package of recipe cards. Look at how fun those little recipe cards are, you guys. So if you are doing baking around the holidays, you have recipe cards. One of these, it's here. I'm going to find it momentarily. I'll just show you these real quick. I will also be using one of these in my December daily book this year, and it's actually going to be the same thing. But anyhow, so there you have your little recipe cards, and they're standard recipe card size, so they're 4x6. So anyhow, and then you've got whatever you need on the backside. So I took one of these recipe cards ahead of time. This morning, I did a little pre-work, and now I'm just looking for that because I actually filled out a recipe card with a recipe. I do not cook. You guys, you know me, I do not cook. Except for very few things. I'm I told you. Oh, there it is. I told you. I'm already very fortunate with Nick, my husband. He does all the cooking in our house. There's a few things I cook. We have a tradition running in our family. Oh, guess what? Oh, I'm good. Barely. I almost got sad there for a minute. We have a tradition in our family. Every year at Christmas time, we make what I call whoopie cakes or whoopie cookies. Not whoopie cushion, whoopie cakes or whoopie cookies. And I've made them with the boys since they were little. And so every year still, and Jack lives in a different state, so he hasn't done it for the last couple of years, but Sam comes over and we make those. So look at this. There's the recipe card. The recipe card is for whoopie cakes. I wrote down the recipe. And then look at that goes right in there. Now you know why I was struggling a little bit about what the pattern I could use and wanting to be able to get the polka dot in, because look at, I used the recipe card that has the polka dot on it. So I wanted to be able to tie that in. If I wanted, that could go that way if I didn't want it to say recipe, but there's my little pocket with that cute little recipe card tucked in. So now you know what one of the things is on my favorite treats list. Joe, Disney fan, don't you make things for the annual summer picnic? So Joe, there are a few things I make. There are a very, very, very few things I make. I make Caesar salad. I make really good artichokes and artichoke dip. I make a really good peach arugula salad in the summertime, but yeah, that's pretty. I don't really make things that you can like sustain on, right? Okay, so there we go. There's my 2-page list. That will go on this side. Now, I need to do something else here, right? Because it's pretty plain. So let's see what we have that we could do. I pulled out one of these. Oh, I thought this might be kind of cute. That little mouse, isn't that mouse cute? And the mouse happens to have a little cookie. So I could put that little mouse there if I wanted. Now, the only problem with putting that little mouse right there, she kind of needs to be wider. Right? She kind of needs to be wider. So maybe she gets used over here. I don't know. We'll see. I feel like I need something more there because there's not enough there right now. Let's look at this. Well, that could totally work. But then to me, that's just, I don't know. It's just kind of plain. And then I have to figure out what to write there. So no, won't use that. What about this? That could work. Peace, love, and joy could work. And these are just the things that I pulled out ahead of time. So there's lots of other things I could use. That little truck is cute. The truck is really cute, but I think I'm going to have to use the truck for something else because the truck kind of gets lost in that background, I think. If I wanted to, I could pull in. Let's see here. Let's just see what we have. Oh, you know what? I could. What about these little gingerbread people that I had? That could work. That's kind of cute, right? Maybe. So let's see, maybe. Oh, there's a whole package of gingerbread people too. Those are the journal bits. Where are the regular bits? Oh, here we go. Okay, so let's see. There's also a package of numbers, but yeah, if I wanted to go the baking route, I mean, I certainly could because look, there's like a whole little, nah, that's just not me. Too much blue too. That could go. No, you know what I think? I really think, I think I like the gingerbread people. I think that's what I'm going to go with, the gingerbread people. Are there any words like fa la 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 in your stash? Oh, Joe Disney fan, I'm sure there's like 1,000. I'm sure that there definitely are. I am certain that there are. It's just where they are, right? That's the whole thing, is trying to figure out where they are. So I'm going to use just what I have. That's going to be these people. These cute little peoples. The little gingerbread man. Now, when I go to adhere these, I don't want to... I do not want to put any adhesive behind her head, right? If I put adhesive behind her head, then that's going to be a problem because it will stick to that recipe card. So back to our trick with that highlighter tape that I did earlier. I want those guys. See how they're kind of intertwined? His arm is below her arm and his leg is on top of her leg. I want to be able to keep those together like that. So I use that highlighter tape and they're together. So I'll now turn that over and add my adhesive behind them. If you missed that earlier, that's one of the products on my website. In the description box of the video, there is a link that says what I'm using, and you click that and it will take you to a page on my website of what I'm using, where you will find that highlighter tape amongst lots of other things I'm using today. All right, there we go. Uh-oh. I did. Look, I put it behind her head after I said I wasn't going to do that. Ding-a-ling. Okay, and there we go. Okay. And now all I do is just pick that tape. Oh, let's put that away. Let's put that away. I'm going to pick that tape up again. And it just literally comes right off. Does not affected what I put it on at all. And then it's reusable. So that's why I have those pieces on there. Reusable. Okay, so there we go. Now we're ready for our list over here. Our list over here, today I've been doing kind of reverse. I've been doing all the, well, not necessarily, but I've been doing lots of decorating before I'm doing my listing. So now what I need is something to put on top of this to write my list on, because I can't write my list on that there. That's way too much. So let's grab some white cardstock. And white cardstock. I had an idea just now that if I wanted, maybe. So what if that's the bottom of my list? I like it. I like it. All right, so my list will be about pencil. I always eyeball this, but it's always about the same every time. So let's see what that is. That's about 3 3/4 wide. And what am I doing? Wow, my brain stopped working for a minute. I forgot how to use my trimmer. About 3 3/4 wide by 6 3/4 tall. That's what that piece is, okay? And that will be, ooh, I need to change that blade. Wow, so that's very distressed. It is very distressed on that edge. Let's just erase that little mark then. I was going to use the other side, but that's a little distressed. All right, so this is going to be where I'm going to do my list. That will go over here. You'll notice I made it seems like it's way too short. This is about the same width, but then it seems like it's too short there, right? Because I think that's where I want to do that little guy. Won't that be fun? Even though I didn't intend to use any of the baking things. That's definitely part of the baking side. So that works. All right, let's go ahead and adhere that down. So I'm even-ish along the top and the sides, and then I'm short at the bottom. But that is so this guy can go in underneath. And I'm going to take my little glue pen just to get down those little parts of the shelf because I don't want those little parts to move. No moving parts. No moving parts. The white paper, Mary J is, I think I said it is 6 3/4. I'll measure that again though in a sec. Right, so that's kind of like the little shelf. And our list is coming out of the shelf. It's kind of like when we do in the news where our list comes out of the typewriter sometimes, right? Ruler, I'll check that measurement for you, but I think it was 6 3/4. So that I did about 3 3/4 by 6 3/4. And really you could probably get away with it at, well, I could have gotten away with it at 6 because that covers it up, but I didn't know that, so. Oopsie. Okay, outline. 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 All right, so this is favorite treats, right? I need a title, favorite treats. And I already mentioned I was going to use favorite stamp. So I will use one of the smaller ones. So my emphasis will be on the treats and not the favorite. So I'll use one of the smaller words and I'll decide which font I want to use as soon as I decide what I'm going to use for treats. So I had pulled out a couple of things. I had pulled out these sticker sheets. These are from Everyday Explorers, also on my website. Those are a larger block font. And then I have these also on my website. These are a smaller block font. These are Ellie's Studio. So I thought I would use one of those. So that's a really dark green, and this is kind of a brighter, almost like a fire engine red. So I'm not going to use either of those. I also won't use the white because the white would not, well, let's look. I don't know. Let's see. The white won't necessarily show up. Well, it doesn't really make sense to use block letters this way because you won't really be able to see that they were, why did I play with the M? So you can't really see that that's a block, right? It just looks like a really small letter. Then it would look really weird because it would look like my letters were spaced far apart. So I won't use white, but I can use white on something dark down the road. And then black. I don't know. I think I'm not opposed to black. I use black a lot, but I feel like those are so blocky that it would be a really heavy title. So I think I'm actually going to use that for treats. So let's start with that. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get with these little block letters. So I have white with green and green with white. And again, for the same reason as the larger ones, I'm not going to use the white because it really won't show up. So treats. Where is my little metal ruler? There we go. Put away where it belongs. Gotta love that. Okay, so treats. I am going to start out by lining up these stickers on the ruler. Because that way I make sure that they are all straight, right? I'm working with a blank piece of paper here as the base of my list. I have no lines to make sure that I line things up straight. So that's the first reason that I use the little ruler. So here's the R. E. A. T-S. I know, that just takes a long time. It's like watching paint dry, but favorite treats. All right, so ruler number one, we use the ruler because we can line up our words, letters to make sure they're straight. Ruler, the reason number two for the ruler is that we can now decide where we want that to go. If we're trying to make it straight, if you are not using this little tip, if you're trying to make it centered, then if you're not doing something like this where you can move it around and find the center, you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're thinking, okay, 6 letters there. So you try to figure out where the center of the paper is, and then you put the A there and the E there, and then you go backwards and forwards to spell your word. Now, that's actually not as hard with these letters because they're all the same width. But most alphabet stickers, they are not the same width. So then you're trying to do the math to figure out where do you put your stickers so everything's centered. This way, all you do, put them on the ruler, find the center. Now, before I do that, I need to figure out, I'll probably use, oh, actually, that works really well. I'm going to use that one. So I just need to make sure that I have enough room at the top before I stamp favorite. So that looks like it's pretty centered, doesn't it? All I do now is press down on those stickers, tops of the stickers, so now they're adhered to the base, and then I roll. Very gently roll that ruler back out, and bingo, there we go. Straight-ish. My T is not quite where it needs to be, the first T. And centered. So I'm just going to lift that and replace it. Straight and centered. All right. Now for favorite, and those little metal rulers I have on my website, 6-inch, and it's helpful because we work in smaller spaces in our traveler's notebooks. All right. So next up, favorite. I need to decide what color I want favorite to be, don't I? So we need where'd it go? Where's my swatch? Here we go. So let's pull in all the colors and see what we're working with. I have a feeling it's probably going to end up being red or green. It could be green, right? Green might look better. Actually, I think green will look better. I think evergreen bough, maybe. Oh no, not evergreen bough. Look at evergreen bough is definitely not the right one. Not evergreen bough, right? Evergreen bough is a little bit more of a teal tint to it. So as we're in our green, rustic wilderness, no. Pine needles, no. I think mowed lawn is going to be 2. I think mowed lawn. What did I do? Why? Where's the greens? Oh, here they are. It's right behind me. Lucky clover, no. Where's mowed lawn? What in the heck happened? Oh, there it is. Okay, friends. See, guess what? There is not a distress oxide color that looks, that's that color, right? Or not one that I have. And I think I have all the greens. So I cannot use a green because that will drive me crazy if the green isn't the same. So let's look at, I guess we'll look at the red, right? Crackling campfire. I'm thinking, oh, maybe lumberjack. Maybe lumberjack plaid. Let's see. Oh, I bet it is lumberjack plaid because lumberjack plaid, look at lumberjack plaid has a bit more of a blue tint to it. So not exact, but it's pretty stinking close. So I think crackling campfire next to that is 2 orange. Oh, wait, festive berries. Look at that. It's between, oh, barn door. It's barn door. Yep, barn door. That's why you have all the colors. At least that's why I have all the colors. Barn door, lots of options. So let's find barn door. Barn door is under lumberjack plaid in my little thing. Okay. Now, I'm a little worried. Because I'm a little worried, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to test it, and I'm going to test it on a little strip of paper, and I'll put it right above there. I'm a little worried. Denise, I was going to say red or black. I think I'm going to end up with black because I can already foresee what's going to happen here, and I think I'm not going to like it. But we got to go through the motions to see, right? We got to go through the motions to see. That fit on the little guy? No. Okay, there we are. And let's get out our Stamping, yeah, this is just my little, it's always handy. I'm never looking for a piece of scratch paper. And sometimes I refer back to it if I'm looking at colors or something. So I'm first just going to stamp it in the book. I've already used that stamp before, so it's already been primed. Okay, favorite. I like the way it looks, but I'm going to stamp it again and then cut out this paper and then lay it on top or lay it above that treats and see if I like it, because I think I'm going to need to do black. I think it's just going to be too red and greeny for me. Too red and greeny. The red is going to clash with the candy canes. Yep, let's see. Let's see what we get. I think for me, it's going to be more that it's just too red and green. Nothing wrong with that, right? It's just, I think for my personal taste, it's just going to look too red and green. So this is a great tip. If you're not sure you want to do something, you're not sure you want to commit, we'll stamp on something and then lay it on top and decide if you like it. Okay. So I actually really don't mind it, but I can also now try the black and see which one I like better, right? See which one I like better. There's an easy way, because I know sometimes you feel like stamping is really permanent. Well, it's permanent once it's down, but that you can't like test things out first to see what you like, and we totally can just doing that. Stamp on a piece of cardstock and then lay it in place and see if you like it, and you can kind of decide which one you like better. So we shall see what we like better. Oh my goodness, you guys, we're going to be a long one today. This is going to be a longer one. Although our third one, you guys, our third list will go fast. Our third list is a fast one. So by the time we get there, I will for sure. Well, I shouldn't say for sure. Don't ever say for sure in my world, because that never happens. I know I was bad last week on the What's New Wednesday. I don't even know what I was thinking. Well, it was Nick's birthday, and Nick had made dinner, and he said, do you want to eat dinner before or after? And I said, no, let's eat after. And then I took like an hour and a half, and then it was like 8:30 when I was done. I felt so bad. I felt really bad. It was like 8:45, and then he's like, it's my birthday dinner. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel so bad. I get totally lose track of time when we're doing these things. I totally lose track of time. So I was going to say, we'll for sure be done at 2, but you never know. I mean, 2, okay, hang on. It's mountain time for me, so it's 1 right now. But I would think we should be done by 2. We'll see. I got to get going then, because it's Sam's birthday tomorrow. I got to go run some errands for his birthday. I got to get his cake, and then also get stuff for his birthday door. Oh my gosh, you guys, look it. I think I like the red better. I am shocked. I am really shocked. I think I like the red better. I never would thought that I would have said that, but I think I like the red better. So that's what I'm going to do. I just like a little fingerprint or something on there, so I just erased it. Eraser, you guys, in my mind, very important part of what we do is an eraser. I use an eraser a lot. Okay, so now, now where'd that stamp go? Oh, here it is. I need to clean that stamp, right? I have to clean it because it is black. It has black ink on it. So there's a couple things I could do. I can come in here and just stamp a bunch of times, get most of the ink off like that. And then I can come in and clean it up. So you'll notice that stamp is black. I've used it quite a bit, and I've used it stamping with black ink. The polymer is stained. It's not affecting, now that I've cleaned it, that discoloration of the polymer, because it's taken on some of the black ink, will not affect the stamped impression when I stamp with another color. So if I were to stamp yellow, it would be true yellow. It's just that the photopolymer will stain over time. Yep, I think the red worked better. That's what I'm going with, because that's what I like. Make sure that that is plenty dry. Again, you don't want to use a wet stamp. Wet stamp is going to make your ink pool, and you will be very unhappy when that happens. Barn door. Okay, wanted to make sure I was still using barn door. Isn't it weird to think, you know, it's like, well, no, red is red is red. No, it's not. Especially if you have ever worn red nail polish, you know, there's like a zillion different colors of red. I'm just going to test it again. Make sure we're looking good. Yep, good. See, that was totally clean. I got no, whoops, black residue on that. Okay, nice and inked up. Very quickly before that dries, I need to come in, make sure there's no red on my fingers. Come here and get that clean and very, very quickly stamp. All right, so I was just thinking for a minute. I was just thinking, oh, I know downstairs is part of a totally different collection. I have a cute little candy puffy sticker that would be so cute to go next to that, but that's okay. All right, there we go. Favorite treats. Cute, cute, cute. Okay, so now it's time to list, right? Now it's time to list. So let me just put, I'm gonna just kind of lay this right here. All right, there we go. There we go. That red's a little bit different than the red over here, but it's okay. It's close enough, right? It's close enough. It was the closest red that we had. All right, so now I need to do my list. And I have, where is my list? Oh, here we go. Gosh, this is a mess. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 things on my list, but there are 2 things on my list that I'm going to cross off because I thought I needed more room. Pumpkin spice latte was one, even though, I mean, holiday, because it's part of Thanksgiving holiday, was one. The other one was red velvet nothing but cake. I'm from Nothing But Cakes, but that's not really one too. I was just really like, I was really stretching. So I have now, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 things. The reason it's important that I know that I have 7 is because I'm going to use the top 10 stamp set. So I'm just going to use numbers from top 10. I'm not going to use any of those. I'm not going to use 5, 10, top 3, whatever. I'm just going to use the numbers. And I need 7 of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hopefully they fit. If not, my list may get shorter. So I'm going to take my littlest stamp block. And you could take all of your stamps 1 through 7 and put them on one stamp block and stamp once. That's something you could do. I've tried that. I did not like the way that worked when I tried it. So I just personally didn't like the way that it looked. So I am going to stamp each of those individually, just because that's what I'm doing. So now I also have to decide something. But look at 1, 2, well, however many I have, I'll have, right? So let's do, I don't know. I think I need to do black because then my writing after that is going to be black. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And now I'm kind of second guessing those numbers just because they're pretty big for a small space that I have. So let me look at our bullets. We have numbers in our bullets. You have some numbers in my handwriting. So all the numbers in my handwriting, you have a block sans serif font, and then you have a serif font, like a typewriter. Serifs are these little guys, your little like things that stick out from the numbers. Sans serif means there's none of those. No serif, serif. So I have those 3 different number sets that I could work with if I wanted. So let's look. I don't know. Those might just be a little bit, they just might be a little bit better, I think, because they're not as big. So that's what I'm going to do. Sorry, top 10. You'll get used another day. Let me just put those away in their little sleeve. Cindy, how do you keep the notebook papers on the black spirals? Huh? Okay, hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Really quick, I'm just going to mention the stamp sleeves, you guys. I've been trying to get these in forever and finally brought them in. I have now, and I'm working on the 3x4s, but the 4x6 stamp sleeves. So that is what I store all of my 4x6 stamps in, sleeves like that, okay? Carrie said I would stamp in green to match the right page. So here's the thing, couple reasons why I won't do that, but I love it when you guys bring things like that up. Carrie, we were looking for the right green before, because I was maybe going to do it in green, and there is not. I don't have a green. There's not a distress oxide that matches that. So that would be the first issue. But the second issue is I always write in black. So for my personal taste and style, I like if my numbers are black and my writing's in black, then it's not so crazy. This one, Cindy, you mean this one? How do you keep the notebook papers on the black spirals? I don't know what you mean. They're just there, right? That's what you meant? My handy dandy notebook, my listing with Layle workbook, they're there. So I'm not sure. You might need to explain more, or you might need to send me an email so I can show me, so I can understand. Okay, so let's use, I think we will use this block font for the numbers. So here we go. I think these guys fit. They do. Even the little numbers fit on the stylus. So we need our black. We need our tester. One. I'm just working on the right pressure. So when I say I'm working on the right pressure, when you're working with a really small stamp, depending on how hard you press down, because the stamp is small, see what happened there? Look how like blurred that is. That's because I pressed down way too hard. If I just barely press down, look at the difference between that. Pressure, it made the stamp like spread out, and then, oh gosh, sorry. Pressure and then really fine. So when I was just kind of working on that right pressure, the correct pressure. All right, there we go. So I barely need to tap it. Okay. One. First thing on, sorry, I was just thinking whether I should do them all at the same time or not. So one, of course, the whoopie cookies. Whoopie cookies. So now, this is sometimes, I mean, you guys, the nice thing about stamps is also the sometimes bummer thing about stamps. You have lots of flexibility, right? You can use it with any color. You have lots of different number stamps. You can use different ones, but then you kind of have to clean them off every time, right? So I have to now put one away and do two, put two away and do three, put three away and do four. So I think what I'm going to do, I think I will do all the numbers, and then I will clean them all off at once and then write the things. So we'll do the stamping, and then we'll do the cleaning, and then we'll do the writing. Stamping, cleaning, writing. 1, 2. Oh, I can't do stamping, cleaning, writing. Silly Layle. I have to stamp and clean because I don't have a place to put that if it's not cleaned off, really. At least that's a start. And now I probably have black ink on my fingers. All right, we're just going. We're just going. Yeah, just you barely need to tap it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, see, that was the best one yet, right? That was the best one yet by far, as I am figuring out the pressure. If I had this over here, I could just, yeah, rub that right off. Okay, there we go. All right, as soon as we're done, obviously, as soon as we're done, we'll move to the next one. That made no sense at all, did it? Of course, we'll move to the next one as soon as we're done. Okay, there we go. Guess what? Now that I'm using smaller stamps, I can probably now come back in with the things that I crossed off the list because I have more room. And it's watching paint dry, you guys. I know this part is watching paint dry. So if this was pre-recorded, I would edit this and just, that's all you'd see me doing all this very, very fast. But since it's a live stream, we really can't do that, can we? Ooh, that one. Ah, all right. I'm going to show you guys something. Do you see there's that little dot between the top of the 5 and where it starts to curve? I don't know if you can see that. So that dot, I looked at my stamp, there is a little piece of lint right there. So that little piece of lint is now part of that stamped impression because it was in the way. It was there. I know, for all this matter, since they're black, I mean, I could have, well, I don't know if I have any that small, though. Oh, my goodness, I did it again. There's another lint on that one. Yikes. Oh, well. It is what it is, friends. If I had, you know what? I didn't test stamp that one first, did I? I just went ahead and stamped it. If I had test stamped that first, I would have seen that there was that little lint. There's another little dot. That's all right. It's okay. We learn. Let's do it. We'll test. We learn. My stamps aren't necessarily all spaced evenly, but that's how you know it's handmade, right? That's how you know it's handmade. It's not typed on a computer. 7, 8. There's 8. Oh, I better not add any more than I don't have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, friends, so here's the deal. As we're talking about this, what are your favorite treats? As I'm working, what are your favorite holiday treats? If you're watching live, pop it in the chat. If you are not watching the live and you're watching the replay, put it in a comment on the video. That is one of the giveaways, you guys. One of the giveaways for today is the favorite stamp set. So not the used one, but a brand new favorite stamp set, never used. Brand new, in package, mint condition. Sounds like I'm on Etsy. I mean, not Etsy, eBay. When we're done, make sure to come back and leave a comment on the video because it's the comments on the video that I will randomly choose from to do the giveaway. So that's the first giveaway. All right. Oh, my heavens, Layle. Well, it's on that one too. Last time I used these stamps, I just did not clean them very well. So it's all good. Because look it's the same one that's there and there on the 6 and the 9. I didn't even clean it when I put it back. There we go. I get my fingernail in there and now it's clean. All right, so tell me, what are your favorite treats? Frosted sugar cookie. Oh my gosh. Ms. L. Okay, Ms. L, guess what? The 2 things that you said, believe it or not, are on my list. Eggnog and See's candy. See's candy is on my list because that reminds me so much of my grandparents. They would always, always, always send us See's candy for Christmas because I loved it. We loved them. So whoopie cookies, yes, eggnog is also on my list. See's candy on my list. Guess what else? Chocolate orange. Chocolate orange. You know why? That always, 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 since our kids were babies. In our house, we have an agreement with Santa Claus. Mom does the stockings in our house. So that is an agreement I made with Santa Claus when our kids were babies. Santa Claus and I had a little sit down when he was delivering presents. And I said, hey, listen, I'd really like to do the Santa Claus not the Santa Claus. I'd really like to do the stockings in our family. And he said, okay, that's great. So different families have different deals with Santa Claus. Some families, Santa does the stockings. In our family, Mom does the stockings. So I always, always, always put one of those chocolate oranges in the toe of the stocking. So that is one of my favorite holiday treats. It just reminds me of Christmas, right? Chocolate orange. Um, Nick's mom, so Grandma C, that's what everyone in the family calls her, Grandma C. Grandma C's toffee. She makes the toffee where you then put like the melted chocolate over the top. So good, so good, so good. Yes, very good. Grandma C's toffee. C's chocolates. Chocolate dipped pretzels. Seems like those always come out at the holidays. Chocolate dipped pretzels. It's back on my list. A pumpkin spice latte. You either love it or hate it. I love it with one pump. I hate it with 4 pumps like they make it. So I always have them just put 1 pump. Pumpkin spice latte. Oh, my sister Lainey makes the best gingerbread trifle. And if she's not here for Christmas, we still make it. That's when Sam makes it, and then I help him make it. And then the last one is red velvet bundt cake from Nothing Bundt Cakes. Okay, so there we go. There's my list. Now, guess what? That's so much white space there. Karen says we called ours Grandma C2. That's so fun. Her name is Carolyn. So I have so much white space, which that totally doesn't work, right? So now I got to figure out what to do in that white space. So I'm going to look for a few things. What does Layle go to when there's white space? Word strip sticker. So I'm going to, because I don't want to put any icon in there because that icon will get all in the way of all those things and it will just be weird. So let's look at the Baking Spirits Bright sticker book. Oh, and I just remembered where something is. Someone asked me before, don't you have some stickers in your stash that say fa la 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 or holly jolly or things like that? Yes. Look there they are. There they are. So I could put one of those there. I think I know what I'm going to do. I am going to, yep, there we go. So look there is a little piece of holly sticker. So let's take that. That also now brings the holly from over here to this side. So I will bring even though I said I wasn't going to do an icon, I'm doing an icon. Little holly. The holly can go, before I do the holly, let's grab, to make sure that works, let's see, because maybe it won't work, because it's kind of wide. What did I say I was going to do? Oh, no, I don't remember. You guys, what did I say? Did I pick one of these that I was going to do? I don't remember. I totally don't remember. Oh, look at Peppermint Hershey Kisses. Look at all the things I'm missing. Hot chocolate made using eggnog. Oh, my goodness. Carmen, my friend Jean here in Oregon, she's from Utah too. Oh, good. Makes a sugar cookie, but it's like the big pink cookies. Always. Oh, my goodness. Carmen, people from Utah, I don't think call them big pink cookies. That's in our family. That's what we call them. Oh, I want a big pink cookie. Like the ones that you buy at like the gas station, right? Is that right? Okay, maybe I didn't think about that. Maybe I was just thinking in my head what was going to go there. So I was thinking this could work, but now it's kind of big right there. So I don't think that's going to work. I'm going to put that one back and I know which one I'm going to use in its place. Remember before when I said, oh, downstairs from a totally different collection, I know I have a little peppermint candy puffy sticker. Well, that's not a puffy sticker, but maybe that works. Could this work here? Oh no, I'm not gonna like that there either. Nope. So maybe we just go with a heart. How about if we put a heart there and then one of these guys? Merry and Bright, Christmas, Very Merry. I mean, I know it could say any of the Baking Spirits one, but I don't think I want to do that. Ew, no. Don't like that at all. I do not like that at all. So I think I didn't like it because it was too It's like the Goldilocks. Nope. Okay, bear with me, friends. Just gotta try a few things. I still want a word strip sticker, but I think we are going to find a black one. And that is going to come. I was using them this morning before we started. And where did they go? Because I did not put them away. Oh, golly, jeepers. Oh, friends. Okay, well, I know I'm going to find them later because that's always what happens, right? Eventually when I pick everything. Oh, there they are. Okay, yay! There we go. I am going to use one of these. So let's find one that is black that we could use because white, I think, will get too lost. It's too much white all the way around it. Let's see. These are small talk stickers. So tons of word strip stickers. I'm happiest when oh, there we go. I'm happiest when I'm with you. Favorite treats. You know what? That's it. I'm happiest when I'm with you. Oh, no, I don't like it. I don't like it. There's too much space there. That's the problem. There's just too much space. So guess what? I don't know what it is. I'm going to rack my brain. I'll come up with it. Don't worry. You guys may help give me some hints. I'm going to add a 10th one on my list because I can do it here. I can do it here. Let's see. Carmen said, Layle, did you go to high school in Utah or just college? Carmen, I grew up in Park City. We moved there when I was in 4th grade. So yes, went to Park City in high school and then went to the University of Utah in college. We moved from Texas to Park City when I was in 4th grade. That was the last of our moving when I was a kid. Last of our moving. My dad was in the Navy, so we moved around a lot before then. So that was a really good time to stop the moving. Oh, guess what? 10's going to look funny. That's not going to work either. 10's going to look funny because it's twice as wide as everything else. So guess what? I don't know, friends. I'm probably going to leave that list the way that it is right now because I need to work it some more because it's just not, it's not coming to me. And you know what? Sometimes it doesn't come to you and that's okay. Sometimes it's okay to walk away and then come back later, which I think is what I'm going to have to do is walk away and come back later. I was just going to see if there are some labels. Usually there's labels in the sticker books. Yeah, you know what? Maybe later I'll stamp one of my label stamps, but we're going to be done for now. Okay, we're going to be done for now because I'm just going to keep spinning. I will put, that could go down there maybe. I'll just kind of put that there for now. I'm happiest when I'm with you. I actually like that there. I need to still figure something out. So we'll see what happens there next time, okay? We'll see next week. We'll see how I ended up finishing that. But I am going to come in and put, oh, goodness. That's so funny. I did not know what I did with the star last time. I could stack them. You're right. I could do 2 different word strip stickers there. Okay, let's do it. Let's come back in and do that. I purposefully didn't put that down too tight. So if that goes there, and then I put another one above it, let's see if we can find another one that would go above it that's not as wide. And if not, then we're going to move on. And then I'll figure it out later. Be amazed, but that's too short. Oh, this was a damaged one. Be authentic. All you need is love. Well, that works because it's favorite, right? Let's see. All you need is love. Ah, I know what I can do. Watch this. If we stack those, the stack's totally going to work because if I stack those like that, and then, hang on, I need to be able to position this better with those reverse grip tweezers. So if we do that, then I can bring in one of these guys. And this is where we can bring some green in again. Tiny shapes and dots. I think we can do a green from here. These are puppies from Ellie's Studio, and I also have all of these on my website. So if we do a heart, there we go. Okay, it works. It works. I'm going to pick that back up and then move this one a little bit more towards the center. And it is good. It's golden. Okay, there we go. That's just needed to work it a little bit, right? Normally I say walk away, but you guys, you know what's so fun? Yes, I'll add the date. But what's so fun here is that when I'm with you guys, because then you guys start throwing out all different kinds of things, right? Maybe an asterisk or a tiny heart as the 10th bullet, or you could do this, you could do that, or you could put a date, or you could double things, whatever. So I love that. Let's see. Yes, we do have to date it because I always say we should date our pages. I don't date these because we already know it's November and I'm in 2022, but I always suggest that it's a good idea to date your regular list. So that's what we will do. I'm going to take this guy and let's get it in our book. Anyhow, when I found that little piece, I couldn't figure out what I did with the star because last time I did not put it away. I put it on the sheet, but I didn't put it with the stamps. So what's funny, when I couldn't find it, it was stuck in the back of my book. Isn't that kind of funny? It was stuck in the back of my book. Okay, there we go. Now, when I go to adhere this one, I need to pay particular attention of adhesive right here because that is going to need to, it's going to have to round the bend. I'll show you what I mean by that in a sec. So I went pretty quickly there. I went very slowly there because I needed to get as close to the edge as I could because I'm going to rotate that so I can use my right hand to do this, but round the bend. There's so many other pages here. It's kind of starts to curve in there. So when I go to adhere that, I need to make sure that I have my adhesive all the way to the edge there so that list sticks and doesn't lift up. Okay, there we go, favorite treats. Now, if I wanted to bring photos into this, I totally could. The way that I could bring my photos in is I could tuck them in the pocket. So maybe I don't even have a recipe. Maybe instead I have photos of the whoopie cookies that we make or making the cookies last year with Sam and T, his girlfriend or whatever. So I could easily add photos if I wanted, but here I'm adding more memorabilia-ish. I'm adding that recipe. So there we go. One last thing though, I'm thinking really quickly is that I saw some tab stickers, didn't I? Oh yes, I saw some tab stickers. So this is my thought. I could take like this tab sticker and put that, oh yes, right? Look at, I'm going to put this right here, have it hang partially off the edge. And we'll take another one that I don't like as much. Probably just, oh, I better keep it. I'll put this guy on, that dark green one. So there it is, hanging off the edge. And then I will put one on the back to meet it. And then I have, ooh, I didn't do that very well. I was trying to do that in the air. Where'd my tweezers go? I don't know if I can fix that. It's totally crooked. Gentle. Gentle, gentle, gentle. Okay, so let's try that again. Oh, now it's going to be hard because it's all warped. They're both all bent. Not bended, Layle, really. Oh my golly. Okay, I should have just left it even though it wasn't quite even. I'm going, and then there it is. Even if it's a little bit off. Oh, actually, it's almost perfect. All right, so there. Now, because if you noticed before, when it was in there, there was kind of all this extra space. Now when it's in there, those little stickers, that little tab sticker, look at it, fills up the space, but then it's also like, oh, and I can pull that out. Okay, that list is done. Oh my goodness, I said we'd be done by 2, right? We're going to be done by 2. Although it's taking longer today. Okay, so now I have one more list. This is a pretty quick one-page list, and it's called Currently. Now, I do have an empty space way back here in my lists when I did this list. I'm not going to do it here, but I'm just going to talk about this for a sec. So when we did this list, we brought in a piece of 12 by 12 paper and actually made a really fun fold out. I left this space blank because then I started doing a couple of spreads. So I eventually either need to come back and do a list here. I'm not going to do one here because it's going to be a little bit more decorated for Christmas. But I need to either come back and do another list here, or I can go back to my stash of all this product and either put, you know, a nice piece of pattern paper there and it's just pretty, or I could add more photos here, or I could do a different list maybe from around that time that would fit here, because I don't want to leave that there. I don't want to leave it blank in my book. So we are now figuring out, I guess our one-page list will be right here. Do you know what I need to do really quick? Do you guys see how that's totally lifting up? It's lifting up because of the whole around the bend issue. So I need to try my very best, yikes, to get more adhesive under here along that edge, because I can't pull it back up, right? So let's see if that helps. Yep, except there's one little piece. I have to deal with this right now or else it'll stick when I go to the next page. There's one little bit of that adhesive still sticking out. So let's get rid of that so the pages don't stick together. Okay, there, now it's not lifting. Oh, date, I need to date it. I need to date it. So, I'm going to just write it down here in this little corner and make it super simple. Peggy, perfect, I saw that. Oh, you know what, Colleen, I haven't. So you know what I will do? Colleen just asked, Layle, did you ever post the Would-Be cookie recipe to the Facebook group? I did not. So you know what I'll do? Look it, I'll just take a picture of this and the backside and I will post it and then it'll be in there. I know I've said a couple times, I think every year I say I'm going to do that, and then I forget, don't I? So today is December 3rd, right? 12/3/22. Okay, there we go, 12/3/22. Okay, our last list is Currently. What a mess it is in here. Let me just clean this off really fast. I try to turn over a new leaf. Okay, so there is Currently. Oh my gosh, I forgot to eat breakfast this morning. No, I didn't. I had yogurt. I'm hungry. I shouldn't be that hungry if I had yogurt. Maybe because it's 1:30. I need to put this guy away too. I keep talking about that little star. So let's get that put away. Let's get her put away. Where's the other sheet? Here we go. Okay. There we go. Here's the backing. Where'd the backing go? Oh, here we go. All right, friends. So another list is Currently. And Currently is, I think it's a great list to do every so often. And it's definitely like a time capsule list, okay? Because you are documenting what's currently happening in your life, in your world, about you or someone else at that particular point in time. So you could do it once a month, you could do it once a week, you could do it once a year, twice a year, whatever it is. I think, and it's fun to also do that with kids. So if you have littles, if you have little kids, if you have big kids, if you have grandkids, if you have nieces, nephews, family, friends, whatever it is a fun list to do about them. Especially if they're young, because what they're doing changes so often, right? Like if you take a baby is currently eating, I don't know, rice cereal. But if you take a 5-year-old, they're not eating rice cereal. Now they're eating, I don't know, Dino Nuggets, or that's what our kids used to eat when they were that age. Okay, I was looking for the little thing that goes in. I'll find it later. We'll just put that back in the box. There we go. Currently stamp set. So this, you guys, is the second giveaway for today. The Currently stamp set. So not the one that I've used or the one I'm going to use, a brand new set. But leave a comment on the video when it's done. Not in the chat, but on the video. So if you don't want to leave a comment about your favorite holiday treat, leave a comment about what you're currently watching or listening to or reading or enjoying or liking or disliking or thinking or loving or drinking or wishing or any of those things, okay? But that's what we're going to do. This will be a very simple list because, okay, I was going to just stamp directly on here, but I'm not going to do that because it will make things a little bit easier for me if I do what I did before. I'm getting towards the end of my insert. If I do an off the page list, it'll be a little bit easier. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do an off the page list, and I am going to use one of products from one of the bundles. Oh, Layle. Is it here? Yes. Products from one of the bundles from Black Friday. Still on my website, so some of the bundles are still there, you guys. And you'll see them under the What's New section. But this is Christmas Wishes paper pack from Felicity Jane. These are, yes, Peggy, I will post it in the Facebook group. You guys, I will post that recipe in the Layle by Mail Facebook group. So if you're not in there, well, you should probably just go and say, hey, I want to be part of the group. I mean, it doesn't cost anything. It's just Facebook and it's private, so I need to let you in. All right. So I'm going to use one of these papers for the base of my list. Double-sided. Oh, I love that. That's the one I'm using. Even though that's not really, I mean, that has nothing to do with Christmas, right? It really has nothing to do with Christmas, but I can do some things to my list to make it red and green to have that work. So this will be the background of my list, or the base of my list. The papers, you guys, are 5 by 8.25. Look at that. They are sized perfectly for a traveler's notebook. So normally we have to cut our 6 by 8 down, but that is exactly as tall and as wide as I need it. So if I wanted, I could just not even trim this down at all. But I'm going to trim it down to 5 by 8. No, sorry, 4 3/4 by 8, like I always do. So I have a little bit of a white border all the way around. So 4 3/4 by 8. And it is 5 by 8.25, which I just love. Those are like the perfect size. Peggy said, I'm ordering that bundle right now. So awesome. It's a good one because it also comes with 2 rolls of washi. It comes with those little tiny Christmas trees, and that's a narrower roll. And then it also comes with, hang on, let me bend down and grab that. It also comes with, like a buffalo check or buffalo plaid. Isn't that fun? And that's that bundle. Okay. So now that's my background. This is a left page list, so I need to round the outer left corners. Or I want to. I shouldn't say I need to. I should say I want to. All right, so there we go. That will be there. And then I need to stamp currently, right? So let's think about maybe what we should do. Maybe I could use... Let's do it. That is the washi from that bundle. Those cute little Christmas trees. Cute little Christmas trees. And then I also have that. I also have that. Could go together at the bottom of my list. And then I think if I work in a little bit of red washi, this is from my stash I've had forever. If I maybe work in a little bit of red washi in there like that, then I could do red as my title. But I don't know if I'm going to like that. I could do that. That is washi from Baking Spirits Bright. Or I could do something like this. That is from Mix and a Mingle. That red is from Mix and a Mingle. So I could do something like that. Oh, I like that better. I'm going to go with those 3. All right. So let's get, I need to get our cardstock out. Oh, Elizabeth said, I'm saving myself for the year in review. Yeah, well, you guys know the year in review, the about last month year in review, that whole process is very near and dear to my heart. So that's a really busy pattern, but look at, once I do that, it really helps to kind of tone it down a little bit, right? So I could leave it at that height. And then my width would be probably about right there. So let's see what that looks like. That is 4 by 7 1/4. That little piece right there is 4 by 7 1/4. I am actually going to go to 7. I'm going to make it just a little bit smaller. And it was at 4 before, right? So I will go down to 4 and 3 and, ooh. Haha. Guess what? I almost got us into trouble there. I almost had to start over because I almost went too narrow and then my currently wouldn't fit. Glad I thought of that. All right. So it's now a little bit shorter than it is. Oh, okay. That's okay. Actually, that's totally okay because my washi will go along the bottom. So I'm okay. All is not lost. Don't panic. Nobody panic. Oh, I just had an idea too. Okay, hang on. Look at him. Is he so cute? That little Rudolph. So I actually think I want it to be shorter because I think I'd like that little guy to go right there. And then, could that work? But he has to go like right like that. Yes. Yep. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do that. Then we see a little bit more of that pattern, but not too much. That can go there. And then I might put, I don't know, we'll see where we put currently. And I got to pull this off now. I love that little reindeer. That little Rudolph is so cute. Oh. Rudolph is from Baking Spirits Bright. One of those non-baking things that we could pull out and use for anything. It's from the Bits and Pieces. Okay, that's stuck because I had adhesive to there already. Alrighty, before we set that down, let's make sure that he's in the right spot. Oh, he just makes me so happy. He's so cute. All right, now we will just, on this one, we'll just use our little glue pen because I can get in all those little nooks and crannies, which I wouldn't be able to get in with my tape runner. Oh, now I just remembered. So at the very beginning, the person that asked about stamps for listing and what would be good ones to do also asked about tools. I don't know what made me just think this. There is a link on my website that's called like my basics. So it's all of the things I use all the time, where all the tools you see me use and things like that and the adhesive. But there is a tool bundle that has, it's almost like a tool starter kit. It has the ruler in it, the 6-inch metal ruler. It has the reverse grip tweezers. It has fussy cutting scissors. It has 2 corner rounder punches, and then it has a Sharpie. So that is, that's a good like starter. And she's probably not even here anymore, so I apologize. It does, right? The reindeer really kind of helps it to pop. Hi, honey.
Hello.
Are you coming in to remind me of the time?
No, I'm just gonna go run some errands. So.
Oh, okay. Where are you going?
Go get some cake.
Oh, you're gonna go get that for me? Oh my goodness, I'm so happy.
I've got to go to the PGA store anyway. So.
Oh, that's funny.
I need golf balls.
Oh, okay. That was sorry, guys. Just had to have a little conversation with the husband there. He was coming to tell. I don't know if you could hear that. He was going to run errands, and he's going to get Sam's cake Sam asked for a red velvet, nothing but cake. So usually we have it every year in December because that's what his favorite cake is. So Nick was going to get it. Um, and I didn't know he was going to get it. So that made me very happy. But guess what? The reason he's going to get it, it's in the same parking lot as the PGA golf store. He's got to go get golf balls. So that was kind of funny. But anyway, I don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm very appreciative that he's going to get that. Oh, yes, currently. Okay, there we go. So now this will be interesting, friends. I was saying before that I needed to get some red in there, but now maybe I don't because there's a lot of red right there. So now maybe I just go with the green. But let's look at where those little, where did they go? My heavens. My brain needs food. It's not functioning. It's not firing in all cylinders. Oh, there it is. Okay. So let's see what this would look like. Before we do our list, I got it because I have to know where to stop my list if we're going to try to do something like this. So let's see. Let us see here. If that goes right there, all the way across, I don't think I'm going to tear it. So if that goes there all the way across, like so, I don't know. I do not know. And this went above it. This is also an oldie from my stash. Oldie but goodie from my stash. I have lots of washi in my stash. You guys know that. So that could go right there. Oh, we have a Christmas party we're going to tonight. I got to get ready for that too. I got to figure out what I'm wearing to that. Ay. It's not like a formal, but it's a little bit dressier. So I've got to figure out what the heck I'm going to wear for that. I probably need 4 hours. No, just kidding. But sometimes it feels like that, doesn't it? So the problem there is I went down too far on the red. Let's just pick that back up gently. Oh, no. Oh, no, Mr. Bill. Okay, there we go. Gently. It's coming off gently, gently, gently. Okay, we're good. I was able to recover. So I didn't like, I wanted more white at the bottom. I didn't like that there was just a little tiny at the bottom. I didn't like the way that looked. There we go. So now let's cut this guy off. Cut off. Last call. There we go. And then we'll do this guy. Let's see, let me look at. Creative Cindy said, good catch. That looks good. And see a mistake made you think of something else. Peggy, dang, you are so good at this. Want to beat Peggy. You are very nice. Thank you. Yeah, Creative Cindy said, yeah, go husband. Hi, ATL Lady Leo 1. Hello from Atlanta. Been stalking your stream for the last 2 hours. You're so talented, giving me great ideas for my Hobonichi techno. Oh my gosh, I have so much fun in your Hobonichi. I've never just, it never, I don't, probably because I use a traveler's notebook and then I use, for my calendar, I use my traveler's notebook as well. But I've been always very intrigued by Hobonichi. Especially the paper thickness, because it's so thin. You can do some really cool things with it, but that's cool. I'm glad I'm giving you lots of ideas. I love that, inspiring you, and then making it your own in a different way in your Hobonichi. And I'm glad that you said hello, because you've been stalking, and I'm glad you said hello. Let's see. Kim Pope, no, Mr. Bill, I am dying and feel old. I know, you guys remember that? Oh no, Mr. Bill. That was from, I want to say Saturday Night Live, was it? No, it was a show on HBO or Showtime. And they'd take little Mr. Bill and they'd put him in the microwave. He was like a clay guy. And they'd put him in the microwave and, oh gosh, they'd do all these horrible things to poor little Mr. Bill. And they'd say, oh no, Mr. Bill. Oh yeah, so look, totally subtle, but I can't, okay. Look at that, did you guys see that? I'll reenact it. We'll reenact. I'm going to put that right there. It's nice and subtle at the very bottom there. So I almost use washi, like it's almost like pattern paper that I put at the bottom, right? So your washi can do lots of things for you. So super subtle, you barely see it, but it's there. It also brings in some green. But when you take something like that, that's transparent as opposed to opaque. So the red is opaque. You can't see through it. That Christmas tree is transparent. You can see through it. It works great on the white, but watch what happens if I try to like layer it on top of the red. Nothing wrong with it, but it's just, look at, you totally, I mean, you can't even tell it's a tree anymore, right? It just looks like little blobs of green. All right. So now let's figure out what we're going to do with our currently. I feel like we need green up there because we have the red. We have the red. No, the reds are different, but that's okay. That's okay. Unless I wanted to do, oh, I don't know. You guys look at, I just saw this one. This is from Mix and a Mingle. Oh no, it's okay. I'm okay leaving it red because that's too much. Too much. We just need something basic. Just something basic. You saw my list of favorite 80s bands. Tears for Fears. I know they were a good one, right? Tears for Fears. Oh my gosh. So I saw Tears for Fears in concert when I was in high school. Loved them so much. Just had a total flashback to that. Okay, let's do the green. So mowed lawn would be fun. I mean, mowed lawn is really, really green though, right? I mean, it's really green. But I don't know. I always like mowed lawn. Otherwise, we start getting into like the little bit more blue greens, like Lucky Clover. See, that's too, no, not right. Something happened, you guys. Something has happened with all my colors. They totally got out of whack. Evergreen Bough could work, but I don't think so. Rustic Wilderness. Oh, I don't know. So now Pine Needles, Rustic Wilderness, Mowed Lawn. I don't know. Maybe Rustic Wilderness. I know. That's what I'm thinking, Tracy. Rustic Wilderness. That's the one I'm leaning towards. So let's grab it and see. Where are you, Rustic Wilderness? I think part of my problem, you guys, is that I don't put these away. And then sometimes I get, sometimes, sorry, my back is to you. I'm trying to find it. What the heck happened? These are, where even is that? Oh, you know what? Okay. I'm thinking maybe I took it downstairs. Did I take it downstairs for stamping? Ah, darn it, darn it, darn it. Okay, guys, guess what? I might have to go grab it, okay? Because I have mowed lawn, but nope, correct pistachio. I don't know. I'm seeing it in my mind here for some reason, like right here, but lesson. Put it away where it belongs or bring it back from upstairs. Hang on. Because now that's the one I want. Of course, isn't it? Now I've got to look through all of them. It's the one I want. I know. Just sorry. Sorry. Oh my gosh! It was right on the top! Freaking A. It was right on the top of the stack. It was where it belonged. Oh boy. Okay. Currently, this is what we're doing. We're writing a list about currently. Okay, that's going to have to go right there. It kind of bugs me a little bit that there's all that trapped white space there, guys. Do you see that? Oh, well, I don't have a choice. I knew that was going to happen. I was worried about that, but I did it anyway. Oh, well. Can't always be happy with everything that we do, right? We can't always be happy with all the things. All right, let's try Rustic Wilderness. That's how it goes. I know. Just, of course, I found it right where it belongs. Oh, yeah. This is going to have a very interesting outcome because that was not clean. I could see that was not clean. So that's why we test. That's why we always test. Let's bring in our testing book. And, oh, Shay. So Shay said, I don't know. Oh, that's how it goes, Layle. You know what, Shay? I didn't even notice that. I know, believe me, it's happened my entire life. Autocorrect thinks that my parents really liked Eric Clapton. My name, yeah, from that song, Layla. It just autocorrects. It happens all the time. I don't even notice it anymore when it happens because it happens so often. Yep, that's it. For sure, Rustic Wilderness, right? That's for sure it. Good. That's what we're doing. Pump up the volume. Oh my gosh. Love to pump up the volume. So what's fun, you guys, I've been holding off on some of our, did we do, hang on. Hold on, hold the phone. Hold the phone. Did we do a list about our favorite 80s movies? Did we do that? Because I won't look to see if we did, but what I will do is I'm going to our master list of lists and I will add it just in case. Favorite 80s movies. So there is also some, oh wait, sorry, I don't know what I was saying there. I have been holding off on doing any more of our favorite music lists until the Bullets and More Volume 2 set comes out, and that'll be later this month, because there are some really fun stamps that'll work great with bullet stamps that will work great with songs, like little headphones, little cassette tapes, music notes. Those are all coming, so that will be good. We'll pick up some more of our songs again lists, because I love those. I love those. I know, Terry, I'm not sure if we did. That's why I wrote it down, because if we did, it was a really good list, right? Because I mean, there are so many good ones. Breakfast Club, 16 Candles, that whole, they called them the Brat Pack back then instead of the Rat Pack. The Rat Pack was like Sammy Davis Jr., Dean Martin, not Bing Crosby. Frank Sinatra was the Rat Pack. So all of the kids in the 80s, early 80s that were in all the movies, like Molly Ringwald and, oh my gosh, Andrew McCarthy. Remember how cute he was, Andrew McCarthy? Oh, he was so cute. I had the biggest crush on him. Yeah, anyhow. Okay, there we go. Oh, maybe, you know what? Okay, I don't know. Did we do one about teen crushes? If we didn't, I need to add that. So let me just go in here. In case we did not, I'll write down teen crushes. Okay, there we go. All right, so currently, now, remember when I said this list won't take long at all? This is why this part's taking long, but this is why now it won't take. Oh, that is, I need chamois. Next time I'm going to have chamois. And then we're going to talk about that in my stamping video on all the tips and tricks for stamping, because you have a little chamois, it makes life a lot easier. Just a little car chamois. All right, cleaned-ish. Okay, so now the best part about the currently list is that you have all of the little prompts. Now, for those of you that do not like to stamp, there is a sticker sheet on my website that is from Everyday Explorers, and it is I don't know, I don't have them right here. I don't have them handy. If Nick was still here, I'd tell him to run grab them. But there are clear stickers, so it's black writing and clear stickers. Oh wait, I have them. I see them. I'll show you. Ouch. Okay, hang on. Here they are. Okay, so 4 different sticker sheets, 5x7 size. This one, look, currently. So if you don't want to stamp, but you still want to kind of do the same thing, those are clear stickers. You have currently watching, reading, eating, listening. That's kind of fun, would be fun to play with. But then there's also other prompts like 100% me, trip planning, and then just daily life. So you'll see those on there too, but that's an alternative. Okay, so now I have all of these prompt options, all of these, and I can choose whichever ones that I want. So let's grab our, let's see, I added some. I had, eating was the first one. So we'll do eating, and I'm gonna do all these in black again. I know, I just use black a lot, but that's because I'm writing in black. So here we go, eating. I'll do something down here because this is really bothering me. So don't let that bother you yet. Don't look, this is another movie line. Carol Ann, look away from the light. So everyone, look away from the bottom. Carol Ann's, look away from the bottom. I'll explain why that's bothering me in a minute when we get there. Okay, when we get there, I'll explain. Okay, eating, currently eating. Oh my gosh. So last night for the party, we had some friends over to watch the Pac-12 championship game, and Nick made awesome chili. Oh my gosh. He makes the best chili. So it was very good chili. And then one of our friend's sons is doing a cooking class. And so he was at that yesterday, and he made focaccia, like from scratch focaccia, and brought it, which was awesome. So we had, yes, very yummy chili. So that's what I'm going to write. Ooh, that needs to go. That's ready to be done. The little nib is just all written out. That one's better. Okay, eating. I am currently eating chili. We also had cornbread and cornbread. Because it's also kind of that, time of year. Football, and it's colder out, and yes. So we generally don't have chili in the summertime. So that's eating. Okay. Like I said, if I was doing this when our kids were little, wouldn't that be fun to have like every 6 months, especially when you have a baby, like an infant, and what they're doing every 2 months changes so often. All right, so that was eating. Drinking. What am I currently drinking? Oh, my favorite. I am currently drinking Mayomi, which is a red wine. It is Mayomi Pinot Noir. It's my favorite, favorite, favorite. I love it so much. Okay. Drinking. Mayomi Pinot Noir. Okay. Then we have what comes after drinking in my little list. Chili isn't chili without cinnamon rolls. Oh my goodness, that sounds so good. Wait, why does Elizabeth have great taste? Oh, you guys are chatting about all the movies and the crushes, huh? Okay, I've missed so many things. Elizabeth had a breakfast. She has a Breakfast Club poster above her scrapping table. Molly Ringwald has the same birthday as me. I love it. That's so fun. I know that movie, such a classic. Oh my gosh. And the principal, he is so funny. I mean, I don't think he's there, they're just poking fun at him, but oh my gosh, his polyester leisure suit. Remember that line where Judd Hirsch says, Judd Hirsch, that's his name, right? Judd Hirsch? Or is that another Judd? Not to be mixed up with the Judds, the singers. Judd, you guys help me remember. But when he says, does Barry Manilow know that you stole his suit? So funny. Does Barry Manilow know you sold his suit? That was so good. Watching. Okay, watching. Watching is the next one. So we are currently watching season 2 of White Lotus. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's always, wow. Just wow. Judd Nelson, thank you, not Judd Hirsch. Judd Hirsch was Taxi, right? Is Judd Hirsch Taxi? Oh my gosh, that's a big, yeah. Judd Nelson and Judd Hirsch are two very different people. Well, I got the first name right. Yes, White Lotus. Let me tell you, if you have kids or grandkids or young kids in your life, don't watch White Lotus with them. It is definitely not kid appropriate. The blonde lady in White Lotus, oh, she kills me. She's so funny. I mean, her character is just like a train wreck. Like the biggest train wreck you can even imagine. White Lotus season 2. So you guys tell me, any of these things, tell me what you're currently eating or drinking or watching or anything currently. And if you're watching live, pop that in the chat just so, we can chat. Just so you can talk too. Oh, Tracy went back to January 21 and only found movies on repeat and iconic movie lines. No 80s movies. Yes. Okay. That'll be a good one for after the first of the year. We have lots of different things to list around this time of year, but after the first of the year, we will totally do that. Oh, I'm so excited for that. Favorite 80s movies. And the thing about that, maybe 80s really wasn't your era. Maybe you love the 50s and you love movies from that time frame. So obviously you can just fill in the blank from whatever decade it is. Eating, drinking, watching, reading. Okay. Yes, reading. If you caught me at the very beginning, reading is one of the things I am focusing on again in my world, in my life. It's one of the things I'll be focusing on for 2023. I love to read, and I do not read enough. It brings me very much pleasure and joy, and I don't do it enough. So I will be reading, and I have a plan for how I'm going to read next year. But I've been reading more. I think I set a goal to do 24 books this year in 2022, and I've definitely hit that. I could probably read a book every other day. I read very quickly. But you just have to make the time to do that, right? So eating, drinking, watching, reading. I just finished a book called We Were Never Here. We Were Never Here. Now, for me, reading is 100% pleasure. This is horrible. I don't read to learn. It's for me, that's how I relax. So, if I'm reading to learn, then that goes under learning, which is also on my list of things to focus on for the second year in a row, because I did not do very well at that. But I have not read the Outlander series. Kim said, do we still have your book club in the neighborhood? We don't. You know what started happening? Well, no, the book club and Bunko Club, two different things. What happened with the book club was we did it for about 3 months and then COVID hit. No, 3 months, a year and 3 months. I don't remember when it's COVID hit. And so then obviously we didn't do it. And then we tried to do it in the summertime where we just kind of sit at like a park area in our neighborhood. And then that didn't really work out either. So it just kind of fizzled out. The problem for me I love the idea of a book club, but sometimes too much pressure, right? Like it would hang over my head every month. I'm like, oh shoot, I haven't read it yet. Oh shoot, I haven't read it yet. And then sometimes I'd like read through it so fast just so I could go to book club. Then I really wouldn't enjoy it. And yeah, so I don't think a book club is for me. I've been in them, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 different ones at least over the years, but I think I've had to shut the door on the book clubs. I like the social part of it for sure, but it just always felt like sometimes too much pressure. All right, listening. Classic Christmas music. And when I say classic, I mean like Bing Crosby, Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra. That's my like classic kind of Christmas music. So that's what I mean. Because of course it's that time of year. It is that time of year. Those of you that are working on December daily, I have a whole little separate area set up in my house, in the basement, where all my business is. And that, I was working on that yesterday, had Christmas music on. I had like a candle with like evergreen scent burning, and I was working on my December daily, and I was so happy. Listening. Let's see, what else do I have? Loving. I know loving is an easy one. Loving is a really easy one. Loving that the University of Utah, that the U, and that's what we call it here. We call it the U. Loving. Let's see. I don't have much room. I'm going to just write this. Pac-12 champions. I'll know what that is. Pac-12 champions. Pac-12 conference and football. So I just didn't leave myself a lot of room to really elaborate there. So I'm not elaborating. All right. What else do I want to do besides loving? What are you guys loving? Tell me, what are you loving? Bublé. Just finished The Maid by Nita Prose about a young woman with Asperger's accused of murdering someone in her hotel. Ooh, Tracy. The Maid. Okay, I'm writing that down right here. The Maid. That sounds good. But yes, I read for pleasure. I don't read to learn. If I'm focusing on learning, and then, then I might read something, but reading for pleasure. So for me, that is 100% fiction. I don't know nonfiction, 100% fiction, and that's it. That's me. Okay, what's next? What else would we like to add to our currently list? How about going? Well, that's perfect, because guess loving and going, those tie hand in hand. Going to the Rose Bowl, because we are. Nick and I are going again, because the University of Utah is going again. Going to the Rose Bowl. thankfully this year I don't have a broken toe. That was a little bit of a challenge last year. 2 days before we left, 2 days after Christmas, I broke my toe, my baby toe on my right foot. I could not wear shoes because it hurt so bad. And so I had to wear Uggs, which when you live in Utah and it's snowing, Uggs are great. When you're going to Southern California and it's like the low 70s and you're walking around in Uggs for an entire day, 15,000 steps with a broken toe in Uggs, not so good. I mean, it was fine. Well, let's be honest, it was fine because we were tailgating. So I had some beverages that probably helped that. Let's see, feeling festive, right? We're feeling festive because of the holidays. That works. Feeling festive. So you guys, the way that I'm using this stamp set today was the way that I originally designed it to be used, was to say currently, and then you use some of the prompts. But what I kind of fell into accidentally a while back was focusing in just on one thing. So currently, you could have currently watching, and then you're doing a list about all of the things that you're currently watching. So really drilling down kind of to the next level with these things. Feeling very festive. I could have said thankful because I'm feeling thankful too, right? Because it's that time of year when we kind of are focused on giving thanks and being thankful. All right, let's see. I'm not going to put another one yet because I need to look at something. Remember how I said this area was really bothering me? The reason this was bothering me because you have long and skinny, long and skinny. We need something down here to kind of break up the long and skinny, long and skinny. So I need a die cut. I'm going to put a die cut or a sticker. I don't know yet. Let's see what we have. Now on my giant, everything's in a mess and nothing's like where I wanted it anymore. Oh, how about this guy? Maybe this little tree. Let's see if that works. Okay, so I like the idea of a tree there, but to me that doesn't work. It's too tall. Okay, it's too tall. I don't need it to go from the top to the bottom. I need it to be a little bit shorter. So now what I can look at is I can say, hey now, how about in the sticker book of Baking Spirit Sprite? I bet there's a couple trees, right? Oh, look there are the trees. So I have a couple different trees I could choose from. Let's just look and see. Oh, that little guy would be cute, but he'd be too big. Oh, wait a minute. Wait one stinking minute. I don't know. This might be too much. Let's see. It might be too much reindeer. I don't know. Does anyone ever say too much reindeer? Oh, you know what? I think that's what it needs. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be the reindeer, and then there's not like clashing with each other. And I like it because that face is that way and that face is that way, and then it's cute. And guess what? Then it's done. Except I need to come in, I need to date this. So, where do I want to put the date? I think I'm just going to make it really small again like I did before. I just have to, remember when I pulled off the washi and it started pulling the paper a little bit? There. Okay. So I will just do a small date, but I need to get that nailed down because the same thing's going to happen that it did with the last list where it's going to try to want to. Okay, let's see. Where do I put the date? Where? We'll just do this. Right? And just little teeny, 12/22. Okay, 12/22. So one of the things I think that's going to make more sense as I've dated all my lists, one of the things that I have talked about over the last month or so is that I am coming out with an idea book. And it will be a traveler's notebook idea book. And it is going to have all of my lists in it. I talked to a printer the other day. It is going to be printed like a magazine. So very excited about that, friends. What will be helpful is now that all of my lists will be dated. So then it will maybe help you as you're looking for things or looking at the idea book or whatever it is. So the goal right now is for that to come out, that to be released in March of 2023. and it will coincide with our 3-year anniversary of doing our Saturday sessions on YouTube. And then guess what? My 4-year anniversary of turning my side hustle into my full-time gig. So that will be Layle by Mail, formally in business. That'll be the 4-year anniversary. So I figured that would be a really fun time to release the idea book. And there's a lot of work to do between now and then. So, but I have someone help. I actually have 2 people helping me with it besides the printer. So, well, the printer's not really helping me with it, but the printer will print it. Anyhow, so there we go. Oh, I'm so happy with the way that turned out. I love that background. That background is super busy, but we were able to kind of tone it down by doing our list on top. But then we had kind of covered up a lot of that pattern, but look, the pattern's back because we used our little reindeer. Okay, friends, I am going to flip the camera. Holy cow, it is, woo, I just have so much fun. Because you guys, like I said before, this for me is playtime, okay? This is so much playtime for me. I just love it. It's no stress, no pressure. It is all play. Okay, hang on. Flipping our camera. My camera. Okay, friends, loved it. So much fun. I love our Saturdays together. Let's get that fixed. And I love that you guys come hang out with me and I get to play and then chat with everyone. Well, I get to talk. I like to talk. So I really enjoy that. So 2 giveaways today. If you missed that anytime along the way, one is the favorites stamp set and one is the currently stamp set. So those are the 2 stamp sets that I used on 2 of our lists today. Leave a comment on the video once it is over. Not in the chat. Leave a comment on the video once it's over. While you're here, if you'd thumbs up is really awesome. If you want to subscribe, that way you know when you get, when I have new videos coming, just click on the subscribe button here on YouTube. Click on the little notification bell. That also helps. You get notified when I'm going live. About 2 times a week now, on Saturdays for our listing session, and now on Wednesdays for our What's New Wednesday, where I show you the new products up close and in person. So the 2 giveaways, we will be together again next Saturday, which would be the 10th. We'll be listing together, I just bit my tongue. We'll be listing together here on my YouTube channel on Saturday the 10th, 2022, 9 a.m. Pacific time. We will also be together on Wednesday the 14th in the night. We're going to do a nighttime listing session. I usually like to do that at least once over the holidays because it's just different and it's fun. If you would like to bring an adult beverage, you can, because I will have an adult beverage while we list. I don't know, we might even make it like a pajama party. You could wear your pajamas if you wanted. I mean, I don't know. You may wear your pajamas all the time when we do these, but I don't. But I may decide to wear pajamas, like Christmas pajamas. We'll see. So we'll be together on the 10th. We'll also be together on the 14th. We won't be together live on the 17th because I will be gone that weekend. But I will have a video that will play. I'll have it released then, and it'll be one of the tips, tricks, and techniques videos where I am binding that my traveler's notebook. So the process I go through when my traveler's notebook is done, and then I take everything apart, take the cover off, recover it, and all of that. So that will premiere that Saturday. So at least you have something to watch for a little bit. And then I'll pre-record that so I can edit part of it, and when I'm stitching, I can just make that go fast and things. So originally we were going to be together on December 31st, but we're not now because we're going to the Rose Bowl. So we will do another nighttime listing session that week before, okay? Because we won't do one on the 24th because that's Christmas Eve. So I will send out an updated schedule, right? So it'll be in the Facebook group. It'll be on the Facebook page. It'll be on all the emails that go out, and also on the blog. I'll update it on the blog. And I just put it out again yesterday, and now I need to change it because we're going to the Rose Bowl, which is so exciting. Okay, friends, thanks for hanging out with me. What time on Wednesday? Oh, Creative Cindy. So there's a couple different things there. Wednesday the 14th, we'll probably do it at... I need to try to balance West Coast and East Coast, and then, Europe and New Zealand. That's always so hard to do with everybody. And Australia and Argentina and all the places. So we'll probably do it, I want to say maybe 5:30 We'll start at 5:30 because we'll probably go about 3 hours. So we'll go 5:30 on the 14th, 5:30 Pacific time on the 14th. The What's New Wednesdays I do at 6:30 p.m. But we won't do that on that Wednesday because we'll be listing anyway. I might show you some new things, but we'll see. Yes, Colleen, thank you. Colleen's so good. So many of you are so good about reminding people to thumbs up. That's one of the easiest things that you can do to support somebody on social media, on YouTube, whatever it is. So thumbs up is really awesome. I would appreciate that. Okay, friends, so I hope to see you. I hope to see you next Saturday on the 10th. And if not, I hope to see you on the 14th or some point before the holidays. And if I don't see you before the holidays, please have a very happy, healthy, and safe holiday. And I'm very much looking forward to spending more time with you guys in December and then after the first of the year too, because I'll be traveling some personally, but no business travel once in February. I'll be teaching once in February and then not traveling and teaching again until August. So that means I'll be here and we'll be doing all of these things and I'll be focusing on things to grow my business. So that's the plan, friends. So happy, healthy, safe rest of the weekend and go Utes, go Utes, go Utes. Even though they already won, I still have to say that. And I'll see everybody again, like I said, hopefully next Saturday. Okay, thanks. Bye.